Declare this council meeting open at 6:30 p.m. The first, now actually just a bit of a notice to start off with, that in accordance with the recording and live streaming of council meetings council policy, this meeting will be video recorded and live streamed on the city's website, with the exception of confidential items and periods of adjournment as determined by the presiding member. Cameras have been positioned in such a way as to avoid members of the public. However, by being present at this meeting, members of the public consent to the possibility that their image may be live streamed to the public. Recordings will also be made available on the city's website following the meeting, and the official record of the meeting will be the written minutes kept in accordance with the Local Government Act and any relevant regulations. Now, next item of business is declarations of interest. I have a few, so please do bear with me. First of all, from Mr. James Pearson, the Chief Executive Officer. This is for item 13.1.1, Confidential CEO Renewal of Contract of Employment. It is a financial interest as Mr. Pearson is the CEO and the contract and party to the contract to be discussed. Next declaration is from Director Parry for item 13.1.1, interest that may affect impartiality, and that is that due to the nature of Director Parry's employment relationship with the Chief Executive Officer. Further declaration from myself for item 14.2, Freeman nomination. It's an interest that may affect impartiality as the nominee is known to me. We've worked together on several local community issues, and it is likely that the nominee and I are members of the same associations in our community. Further declaration from me for item 14.3, Freeman nomination. Also an interest that may affect impartiality. Again, the nominee is known to me. This is a person who I've worked together with on several local community issues, and it is likely that the nominee and I are members of the same associations. Further declaration of interest from me for 14.4, Freeman nomination. Similarly, interest that may affect impartiality is again the nominee is known to me. This is a person I've worked together with on several community issues, and it is likely that we are members of the same associations within our community. Further declaration from Councillor Raftis for 14.4, nomination for Freeman, interest that may affect impartiality as the nominee is known to Councillor Raftis through membership in the Liberal Party. Further declaration of interest for myself for 12.20, list of payments. This is an interest that may affect impartiality as I work for Thompson Gear, but I do not work on City of Joondalup matters there. Similarly, item 12.7, status of legal action reports. Also, well, this one's a financial interest. I do work for Thompson Gear and I do not work on City of Joondalup matters there. And also 14.1, confidential Sorrento Beach enclosure. It's also a financial interest as I work for Thompson Gear but do not work on City of Joondalup matters there. Finally, well, not finally, Councillor Christine Hamilton Prime for 14.4, confidential nomination for Freeman of the City. It's interest that may affect impartiality as the persons nominated are known to Councillor Hamilton Prime. I think Councillor Hamilton Prime, persons plural, did you mean that for all three nominations? So 14.2, 14.3 and 14.4. Thank you. I'll just make a note of that here. Further declaration from myself for item 12.16, corporate sponsorship application for Whitford Church of Christ. It's interest that may affect impartiality as my family and I regularly attend Whitford Church of Christ. Declaration from Councillor May for item 14.4 and also 14.3 and also 14.2 as all nominees are known to Councillor May. A declaration of interest from Councillor Hamilton Prime for 12.19, corporate sponsorship application, Northshore Country Club and Residents Association. An interest that may affect impartiality as members and executive of Northshore Country Club and Residents Association are known to Councillor Hamilton Prime. A declaration from Councillor Vinciulo for 12.19, corporate sponsorship application. It's also an impartiality interest as Councillor Vinciulo is a committee member at Northshore Country Club and Residents Association Inc. and also the president of the Joondalup Symphony Orchestra. Further declaration from Councillor Vinciulo for item 14.4, interest that may affect impartiality as nominees are known to Councillor Vinciulo, and a declaration from Councillor Raftis, which is a proximity interest for item 12.23, the 5-year capital works program, and also 14.24, point 6, the draft budget for 25-26, as the street I reside on is listed in the Capital Works program for road preservation and rehabilitation. Are there any further declarations, councillors? Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I believe on the page I provided, I filled one in on the other side as well.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yes, thank you. For 14.4, similar to other declarations, nomination 3 is known to me.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Just checking that you did have my 3 impartiality interests.
No.
No, that's all right. I'll read them out. The first one is an interest that may affect impartiality for item 14.2, which is that the nomination for Freeman of the City number 1 is known to me. The next is for item 14.3, which is for nomination of Freeman of the City of Joondalup number 2. The nomination of Freeman number 2 relates to their service as a member of a political party. I am not and have never been a member of a political party.
Councillor Kingston, number 1, that's not a declaration of interest. And number 2, that's a reflection on the person. Number 3, this is a confidential item. You're on somewhat thin ice with that. This is your declaration. What is your declaration? Councillor Kingston.
I provided these in advance, a week in advance, to the governance team. So they've been with them for that time. So it's my understanding that
Councillor Kingston.
Sufficient. So I'm just wondering why this is being raised at this time then, if there's an issue with the content of them.
I don't know that saying that you have not and never been a member of a political party is entirely necessary, but please carry on. I take your point. Thank you.
Thank you. And the same interest relates to item 14.4 with the same wording.
Thank you. Any further declarations, councillors? Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I need to fill in the form. I have an interest. One of the nominees for free person is known to me.
Thank you. And Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Same thing for 14.4. One of the Freemans are known to myself.
Thank you. Further declarations, councillors? If not, we proceed to the next item on agenda, which is deputations. This was dealt with at the briefing session on the 10th of June. Next item of business is public question time. There's a set of procedures which relates to public question time, and I request that you follow my direction at all times. You have an opportunity to ask 2 questions. Your questions should be directed to myself as chair and asked in a polite and respectful manner. Please state your name and address for the public record before asking your questions as per our meeting procedures. I'll call forward for our first question, Mr Martin Dickey.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. My name is Martin Dickey, 6 Ferndean Mews in Hillary's. My questions relate to item 12.11 in the agenda in front of you, Climate Change Plan 2024 to 34. My first question is, we're currently seeing the rapid warming of the climate and its effects on our weather, and it's clear that the climate is much more unstable than previously. Would Council please explain why this plan applies for 10 years when the previous plan was for 5?
Thank you. I will refer through to Director Parry or Ms Macario.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Thank you very much for the question, Mr Dickey. With regard to the time frame, that is to better align with our strategic community plan, which is a 10-year time frame.
Okay, my second question is, since the report on community consultation on this item showed that nearly 30% of respondents want Council to ensure that the city's banks do not support the fossil fuel industry, and the city could have a better return on its investments simply by applying the ratings and portfolio limits in its current investment policy, why is there no mention of divestment in this plan?
Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you again for the question. And the Council has previously considered that item, so as part of a policy decision. So if it's up to the Council to make another determination whether it would like to consider or reconsider that matter again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Dickey. Are there any other questions? Please, Mr Sideris.
Sure. Mitch Sedaris, Page Drive, Mullaloo. In response to question 4, it says the government pledges from both federal and state government are not listed in the capital works. Sorry, in the capital works program. Can the city please provide me a copy of the listing of those election pledges, complete with the amount of money that has been pledged by both state and federal government?
Director Lee.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. It is something that the city is currently working on to basically convert the election commitments made into funding commitments, and there are funding agreements that we need to enter into with the various tiers of government to confirm them. But once that is in place, I'm sure that can be made available.
Thank you. Do you have a second question, Mr Sideris?
Yeah, well, if they're already pledges, then there's a simple question. With regard to my question 1, it was related to BCW 2644, and the response tells me that there was, this is the horrible gazebo. It now has a new listing. Can you tell me when that revised listing was put into the capital works program? Because I checked the budget, sorry, the listing at the briefing session, and there was nothing there. Unless this gazebo is not in the
Thank you, Mr Sideris.
suburb
Thank you,
of
Mr
Mullaloo.
Sideris. Thank you, Mr Sideris. Director Klassen.
Through you, Mr Mayor, the listing was included in the draft budget during the budget development process. I will just refer you to the attachment, Mr Sideris. I'm pretty sure the project is listed as BCW 2691 in the attachments to the budget, the 5-year capital works program in the 25-26 financial year.
As published for the briefing section was the question.
Thank you, Mr Sideris.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public questions? If not, we proceed to public statement time. There's a set of procedures which relates to public statement time, and I request that you follow my direction at all times. You're able to make a statement for up to 2 minutes. Your statement should be directed to the chair and be polite and respectful. No question or discussion will occur at the end of your statement, and I'd ask that you please state your name and address for the public record before making your statement. As is our practice, we've maintained a register. I'm just seeing how many we have down to do statements. I will try and get through as well as I can. By no means are people required to do their full 2 minutes, so we are a bit oversubscribed, but we will start at the beginning and see where we land. First of all, Ms. Mary O'Byrne.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, Councillors. Mary O'Byrne, 123 Glencoe Loop, Kinross. Enterprise bargaining agreements and negotiations. In general, the art of effective negotiation relies on win-win outcomes for both staff and management. This dynamic model cannot work if any of the key players has a preference for impasse, for achieving outcomes that line up with their own specific objectives, which might include union busting and the need for keeping lower ranks of demoralised staff to heel. Essentially, any local government CEO has the choice of being an effective negotiator or an effective blocker in salary negotiations. The success rate of any manager engaging in impasse strategies may be judged by the number of demoralised indoor staff leaving any city's employ. Specifically, unproductive three-party salary negotiations have been ongoing in this city since May 23, involving staff unions and senior officers. Stalled negotiations are leaving staff without deserved pay increases and no assurance that any back payments may be made to them when an agreement is finally imposed by the Industrial Tribunal. 219 employees engaged under the city's Inside Workforce EBA 2018 have left the city since the 30th of June 2022. And the new EBA, which is under review, is already years out of date and is already out of date before it arrives. This current situation provides insight into the negotiation management skills of the present CEO, and I urge elected members not to renew his contact.
Thank you, Ms. O'Byrne. That's not
Thank you,
appropriate. I'll rule that out of order. Thank you. Mr. Dickey, while I have you down, I will put you towards the further in the list because others wish to speak, and thank you for your thumbs up.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Ms. O'Byrne, please sit down. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't hear
Ms.
what you
O'Byrne,
said.
thank you. I will rule that last part of your statement out of order.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Mrs. Linda Crawford.
Linda Crawford, Gurun Road, Duncraig. Good evening, Mayor, councillors. I'd like to address the growing public concern around the scientific basis underpinning many net zero policies. In recent months, a series of peer-reviewed studies have raised important questions about current climate models and assumptions. One particularly significant study published in Nature, October 16th, found that plants absorb around 31% more CO2 than previously estimated. This is a substantial finding as it challenges long-held assumptions about how much carbon remains in the atmosphere and how much is naturally absorbed by ecosystems. The following week, on October 25th, another Nature study revealed that the Atlantic Ocean absorbs 7% more CO2 than earlier climate models predicted. Together, these findings suggest the natural world may be more efficient at regulating carbon than we've been led to believe. Adding to this, a third study in the Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences found that up to 90% of the recent rise in atmospheric methane between 220 and 222 was due to microbial activity, not agriculture. Despite this, more than 150 countries, including Australia, have signed the Global Methane Pledge to cut methane emissions by 30% by 2030. While the intention behind these policies may be to mitigate risk, the science must be continuously reviewed. Policies based on incomplete or evolving data can have real-world consequences, particularly for farmers, many of whom are facing extreme pressure, financial hardship, and even loss of their livelihoods. This is not a call to abandon environmental responsibility, but rather a call for balanced transparency and evidence-based policy. I commend the Council for not hastily committing more ratepayer funds to net zero strategies that may be based on outdated or overly simplified models. Let's ensure that future decisions are made with integrity, genuine consultation, and a full view of the science, including the most recent studies that challenge prevailing assumptions.
Thank you, Mrs. Crawford. Ms. Michelle Kwok.
Michelle Kwok, 15 Crowell Ocean Reef. Mayor, Councillors Kaya, councillors have a duty to make decisions based on information that is relevant and factually correct. There's a temptation to rush into making hasty decisions with a lack of information available, as in the confidential item 13.1.1, Chief Executive Officer, Renewal of Contract of Employment. Due to the confidential nature of the item, details such as CEO's performance are on an ongoing basis, or whether the CEO has met KPIs are not available to us. The CEO KPI progress report is confidential and has been redacted. We rely on our elected members to review this information and to act on our behalf. The CEO Recruitment and Performance Review Committee minutes on the 9th of June captured the quarterly progress towards these KPIs for the CEO only up to 31st of March 2025. We still have a lot of missing information here. For example, we have another 4 quarterly performance review before the contract is concluded. 12 months worth of information is not available to council. Further to this, we have caretaker period commencing on 4th of September for council election. This caretaker period ensures that council would not make commitments that an incoming council may not agree with. There are 7 positions to be filled. Potentially, there could be 7 newly elected members by October. It's obvious that the incoming council will be disadvantaged if this item is passed by council tonight. I urge council not to support this item. It's premature. You lack the information to make an informed decision, and you'll be disadvantaging the new council, which is unfair. Let's not make a mockery out of the decision-making process. Thank you.
Mr. Len Collier.
Thank you for giving the opportunity to address you tonight. My name is Len Collier, 126 Castlecraft Drive, Callaroo, and I'm President of Northshore Community Hub. Could I begin with some background about Northshore? As you may be aware, Northshore was set up around 40 years ago as Northshore Country Club. I've been a member there for 30 years and I've witnessed the many changes over the years. Our recent name change was to recognise the evolving nature of our club in recent years, as we are now very proud of the fact that indeed we are a community-based club, providing for our local members and the wider community. We only have 9% of our members living outside the city of Joondalup. The club provides for tennis, pickleball and social members, but there are many opportunities for non-members and the local community to make use of the club through a variety of activities and events. These include monthly markets, sunrise ocean dipping, yoga, meditation sessions, Anzac dawn service, pickleball for seniors and pickleball for ladies, plus gym sessions for young men. Grounded Cafe on the premises provides another opportunity for locals to meet and socialise, all provided for the community to meet local demand. If I could just use one example to highlight this, every Friday and Sunday evening the club provides supervised coaching and games for often 80+ young players, giving parents time to socialise. The kids don't have to be members, paying a nominal fee to cover coaching. We are not an exclusive club, as has been mentioned elsewhere, but pride ourselves that we are a community club in all aspects. Unlike the vast majority of sports clubs within Joondalup, we are not funded by the city, but look after our own maintenance and repairs. However, we are very grateful for any help that the city does provide. I hope that this provides background for our submission and gives more context as to the workings of Northshore Community Hub. We would also like to invite any councillor, officer, CEO, mayor to visit Northshore at any point and see firsthand our community organisation, how our events development plans are positively contributing.
Thank you, Mr. Collier. Thank you. Mrs. Beth Hewitt.
Beth Hewitt, Edgewater. Firstly, I would like to acknowledge the excellent work of the park staff for the Lysander Park and Heathridge BMX track. I went to the opening the other Sunday morning and the kids and many dads were having a great time. It looks sufficiently challenged to keep them interested for many years and sits nicely under the trees, which I hope will continue to grow well. Something I learned as an educator and in business is that the most powerful leadership tool you have is your own personal example. Leaders support their staff, they inspire trust and are accountable, and they care about their team. Leadership is not about being the first to be served. It's about ensuring that everyone receives what they need to succeed. It is therefore quite concerning to me that despite the EBA for staff being several years behind, the CEO is seeking an extension of his own contract before it is even due. This raises questions about the challenges he has faced in negotiating the EBA for staff. It is my understanding that this request has been made prior to the CEO's annual performance review and the upcoming October elections. With the anticipation of a new mayor and some new councillors, it is imperative that any contract negotiations include their input. While there is no immediate urgency to renew the CEO's contract, there is genuine concern within the community regarding the high level of staff turnover caused by the ongoing EBA negotiations. We understand there is a growing divide between management and staff. Once the current EBA is negotiated, the process will need to start anew, as the current agreement being negotiated is set to expire in less than a week. Yes, we are that far behind. It's quite shocking when you understand that. If it was up to me, I'd put anyone's contract renewal on hold until it was sorted. Thank you.
Mrs. Carol Berry.
My name is Carol, and I've been a founding member of Best Bodies Duncraig since 2018. What I've found there goes far beyond exercise. Yes, Reformer Pilates helped me gain my strength after some health issues, but what truly transformed my life was the community. When, after breaking my foot shortly after my husband was diagnosed with cancer, members from the studio showed up for me in ways I'll never forget, cleaning my house, bringing meals and driving me to the shops. They encouraged me, checked in and lifted me through those tough times with love and laughter. Even now with my husband's major health battles, that support continues. These ladies are more than members, they are my sisterhood. It's not just a studio, it's a lifeline. The friendships and care don't end when class does. We regularly catch up for a coffee at Little H, next door, or at the other cafes in the Hawaiian Duncraig Shopping Centre. We shop at Lawley's Bakery, the local IGA, newsagents and chemist. The ripple effect of what happens in that studio extends into the whole neighbourhood. That's why I'm asking for your favourable consideration to the approval of the increase in patron numbers at our studio. More members means more support, more connection and more benefits for the community and local businesses. It also means a win for women's health, especially for women our age who don't have many spaces that truly cater for us. Best Body Duncraig doesn't just help women move better, it helps us live better, both physically and mentally. Please help us share that with more people. We thank you for considering this very important step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Sue North.
Sue North, 47 Parkwood Avenue, Woodvale. Good evening, Mayor. An important role of elected members is to understand the views of the people they represent, and one way of doing this is by listening to community consultation outcomes. There are two items on tonight's agenda that the community has provided clear views on via this method. The first is the renaming of Blackboy Park. Unfortunately, Kaulanka, the new name proposed and endorsed by the majority of those who responded to the consultation, can't be used. However, if you read all of the responses to the consultation, as I have, it's clear that the majority of those responding understand that Blackboy Park is a name that is deemed offensive to Aboriginal people and believe that it should be changed. It is also clear that most endorse the renaming with an Aboriginal name. They understand that renaming sites such as this is not rewriting history, but correcting language that perpetuates harm and exclusion. The second is the climate change plan. In Joondalup, consultation showed that 87% of respondents wanted the city to take action to mitigate climate change. A climate change plan such as the one put to council tonight provides a blueprint for this. One of the key takeaways from the recent federal election is that Australians expect coherent policy to drive change. Not every aspect of the plan on tonight's agenda will please everyone, as we've already heard, but it does establish important principles and it provides goals to guide the city's actions in mitigating and responding to climate change. I urge elected members to support the recommendations for both of these items. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final statement, Sonia Ellick.
Thanks. My name is Sonia Ellick and I live in Farraway, Padbury. According to international climate experts, the actions we take this decade will impact the climate for thousands of years. This means that Joondalup's climate change plan for 2025 to 2035 is the city's best chance to protect today's children and future generations from the worst impacts of climate change. For this reason, I and some like-minded friends have requested meetings with 9 councillors to discuss the plan. The result of these meeting requests were as follows. 5 councillors agreed to meet us, one of whom did not understand the meaning of net zero. 3 councillors did not reply, and 1 councillor refused to meet me, saying that they didn't believe that climate change was the responsibility of local government. So whose responsibility is it to take action? I've met state MPs who say they don't have the power to make a difference, and federal MPs who say only the Prime Minister or Federal Environment Minister can take the necessary action. Meanwhile, some people say that it's up to China, since Australia has such a small population. Never mind that our per capita emissions are 3 times the global average. I'm convinced that all countries and all levels of government have a role to play in reducing emissions, especially in a wealthy democracy like Australia. In fact, local governments have the power to implement some of the most cost-effective climate solutions, such as improving bicycle infrastructure, capturing methane from landfill to use for energy, and helping residents improve home energy efficiency. I urge every councillor to think of the young people in your life, your children, grandchildren, nieces or nephews, and compare your power to the power they have to determine the quality of their life. The time to act on climate is now, and the people with the power to take action are sitting here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Next item of business is apologies and leaves of absence. We don't have any apologies or leaves of absence for tonight's meeting, but we do have a number of requests for leaves of absence up on the screen before us. Are there any other requests, councillors? Councillor Hamilton Prime.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. For the 30th of June, the 1st of July and the 8th of July, please.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
Yes, thank you. I had some July dates, but I'm retracting them. I will be no longer requiring.
Thank you. Further requests, councillors? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just from the 1st to the 9th of July inclusive, thank you.
Thank you. Other requests? In that case, I'm happy to move that motion. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Kingston. Thank you. By a show of hands, those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. Next item of business is confirmation of the minutes. Do I have a mover that the minutes of the council meeting held on the 27th of May 2025 be confirmed as a true and correct record? Moved, Councillor Vinciulo. Seconded, Councillor May. Is there any discussion or questions on the minutes? If not, I will put that motion and ask you to cast your votes on the screens before you. Declare the voting closed and that item is carried. Thank you. Next item is announcements by the presiding member without discussion. Councillors, as I flagged in an email earlier today, I'm moving a procedural motion that Council, in accordance with Clause 14.1 of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Local Law, suspends the operation of Clause 4.3, Order of Business, of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Local Law to allow elected members the opportunity to express their condolences on the passing of Honorary Freeman of Joondalup and Wanneroo, Mr Nick Trandos, after announcements by the presiding member without discussion. So moved, seconded by Deputy Mayor. By a show of hands, those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. So first of all, Vale Nick Trandos OAM JP. On behalf of our city, the council, city staff and the broader community, I extend sincere condolences to the family and friends of Nick Trandos, who passed away earlier this month, aged 90. Nick leaves a legacy of leadership and service to both the cities of Wanneroo and Joondalup, highlighted by his prominent roles in the development of the Hillary's Boat Harbour and the Mitchell Freeway extension to Ocean Reef Road in 1988. His fundraising and lobbying played a large part in securing two major projects that would transform our district. Nick started in local government in 1960 on the Wanneroo Road Board and served 24 years as an elected member in Wanneroo between 1960 and 1966 and again between 1970 to 1988. He was the last president of the Shire of Wanneroo and the first mayor of the city of Wanneroo. Nick represented the council on the Joondalup Development Corporation, which was established in 1976 to oversee the development of the Joondalup City Centre where we sit right now. Nick was a staunch advocate of the Joondalup City Centre concept and closely involved in Wanneroo Council decisions that would impact the future direction of the city of Joondalup. He also founded the Olympic Kingsway Sports Club and served as president of the WA Market Gardeners Association for 25 years and national president of the Australian Vegetable Growers Federation. And I understand he was the first West Australian to hold this position. An honorary freeman of both Joondalup and Wanneroo, Nick was awarded the Medal of the Order of Australia for his community service in 1988. Nick Trandos was a man with great vision and great community spirit. He will be sorely missed. May he rest in peace. Councillors, does anybody else wish to address this item? If not, then I'll ask if the gallery can join me as we stand and hold a minute's silence. Thank you. Thank you. Please be seated. I move that Council resumes the operation of Clause 4.3, Order of Business of the City of Joondalup, Meeting Procedures, Local Law 2013. So moved, seconded Deputy Mayor by show of hands. Those in favour? Against? Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. I'll continue now with announcements by the presiding member without discussion. Congratulations to Harry Young, who has taken out the major honour at the City's 2025 Community Art Awards. Harry was awarded the prize of $4,000 for Most Outstanding Artwork entitled Forbidden Skate Ramp. The Community Art Exhibition features an impressive array of artworks on display, all created by local residents or members of local art groups located within the City of Joondalup. A celebration of the creativity and vibrancy that the visual arts community brings to our region, in 2025 there are more than 100 artworks on display. Running until this Saturday, the 28th of June in the Great Space at Lakeside Joondalup Shopping Centre, attendees can also purchase artworks by visiting the sales desk at the exhibition. Finally, NAIDOC Week is almost here, and the 2025 theme is The Next Generation, Strength, Vision and Legacy, which recognises the achievement of the last 50 years of NAIDOC Week, which have laid a strong foundation for a bright future. While the official NAIDOC Week runs from July the 6th to the 13th, the City is hosting a month-long program of special events, exhibitions, cultural activities and workshops to celebrate and acknowledge Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander cultures, accomplishments and contributions in our community. From bushwalking to weaving, Noongar language lessons and school holiday activities, including a Yuriyakan theatre performance, there is something for everyone to enjoy, and please visit the city's website for the full program and information on booking activities. The next item of business is identification of matters for which the meeting may be closed to the public. There are 6 confidential items, being 12.7, status of legal action reports, 13.1.1, CEO renewal of contract of employment, 14.1, Sorrento Beach enclosure, 14.2, 14.3 and 14.4, which are all nominations for Freeman of the City of Joondalup. I therefore propose a procedural motion that Council, in accordance with Clause 14.1 of the City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Local Law, suspends the operation of Clause 4.3, Order of Business of the City's Meeting Procedures, to enable the consideration of these 6 items to be discussed after urgent business. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded, Deputy Mayor. By a show of hands, those in favour? Against? Thank you. Declare that carried. Next item of business is petitions. Are there any petitions? If not, we proceed then to the report section of the agenda. As tonight is the budget, I will be withdrawing item 12.23, the 5-year capital works program, and also 14.6, the draft budget. And also, obviously, the 3 items which I submitted in confidential session, as well as the 4th of those, which by virtue of being chair of that committee. Mr Deputy Mayor.
None, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I believe the Ward Council might be withdrawing 12.2. If not, I'll withdraw that. 12.4, I'll need to withdraw. 12.11. I'll need to withdraw, and
Sorry, did you say 12.2?
Yeah, 12.2. However, the right of way to the local ward council, I believe,
okay,
withdrawing it. Yeah.
And then 12.4.
So 12.4, yes.
Yep. Yes.
12.11.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Hutton. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Let's see. So I'll withdraw. I've got an alternate for 12.12. I've also got an alternate for 12.16 and 12.19. And then I'll also...
Hold on just a sec.
Yep.
Yep. Yes?
Yes. I've also got 2 motions, so 16.1, 16.2. And as the Mayor, are you happy to withdraw 14.5, the differential rates, before the budget item?
Yep, can do.
Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
No, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor May.
12.4.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey.
All been withdrawn, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton-Prime.
None, thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
None for me, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Chester.
None this evening. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 12.6 and I think 12.7's already been called out. Yep, that's fine. Thank you.
Sorry, I only got 12.6 there, Councillor O'Neill. Was there another one?
No, that's fine.
Thank you. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. 12.2. And
Yes.
I also had circulated an alternate for 12.12.
Yes. But I think Councillor Kingston put... I'll go to him first and then...
It's your call, but I thought mine was circulated to the EMs first.
Okay, whichever one was
They're
first.
both the same anyway, so it doesn't matter.
Nice, thank you. Councillor Raftis.
12.8 and 12.9, please.
Thank you. We'll go then to 12.2. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move an alternate that I circulated to members last week, and I'm happy to read it out if you require that.
I think if you've moved that, do I have a seconder? Seconded. Councillor Raftis. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The application to amend the occupancy of Best Body Pilates from 10 to 17 at certain times of the day is strongly supported by the community and demonstrates minimal impact on parking and brings measurable benefits to the local economy and wellbeing for local residents. In relation to community and business support, an overwhelming 233 submissions of support were received during the public consultation process with only 5 objections. And this clarifies or certainly demonstrates that residents and local businesses value Best Body's presence. Many locals describe Best Body as a lifeline for women's health, offering physical and mental health benefits that are increasingly important these days. Local businesses such as the Little H Cafe, the Nourish and Feed and also the IGA have confirmed Best Body brings regular loyal customers to the area, and patrons continually shop, dine and use local services after attending classes, reinforcing Best Body's role in stimulating the local economy. In relation to local shopping centre integration, a survey of 77 members reveals that 68% shop at the Duncraig Shopping Centre after class visits, 43% dine at the local cafes, and 48% shop at the IGA or use nearby services like the post office. Many participants stated that they were not regular visitors to the Murray Road Shopping Centre prior to joining Best Body, and it's therefore created a new customer base for those shops. The parking impact is minimal. While a theoretical parking shortfall exists, practical evidence indicates there is no actual strain on parking availability. The parking survey conducted by Dynamic Parking across 172 bays in the complex and shopping centre shows high availability of bays even during peak periods. Saturday 10:30 a.m. usage was only 91%, leaving 13 bays available for the occupancy increase, which was substantiated by my visits to the shopping centre. And typical usage across the day is about 70%, leaving 51 bays free, and the high turnover of short duration classes means quickly become available. Additionally, the Best Body patron survey revealed that 79% of members park in the shopping centre car park and reported ample spaces, and 12% park near the studio, whilst 9% walk or cycle, reducing the parking demand. The increased occupancy to 17% occupancy at peak class times between 6 a.m. and 11 a.m. and from 4:30 to 8 p.m. is when the majority of other businesses of the complex are either closed or operating with minimal overlap. And let's not forget the impact of on social and the mental health value as highlighted by Mrs. Berry this evening, which I think is very important. Best Body creates a vital inclusive space for women to improve their health, reduces stress and connect socially. Many women patrons attend regular coffee catch-ups after class, forming a supportive group, and for some of them it's a local facility they feel that truly caters for their needs. And this is not a case of inappropriate intensification. It's a modest request to increase attendance limits supported by the local community with low impact on parking. The condition of allowing up to 17 during the specified time slots ensures that Best Body Pilates can continue to operate, benefiting local residents and businesses. This is exactly the type of small-scale, locally embedded business we should support. One that continues to contributes to the physical and well-being of many women and builds a community focus for them and boosts economic activity in our suburban shopping centres. This is a sensible, measured solution supporting a community need while ensuring parking availability is preserved through the time restrictions. I respectfully therefore ask you to support my alternate motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fisherwick. Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Fully support much everything Councillor Fisherwick had covered off there. Very comprehensive summary of the situation there. The key items on this matter is looking at the feedback for the community input on it and the overwhelming support for this business and being able to expand to take in 17. And that doesn't mean that every class is going to be that size. We've attended there to the premises to undertake on a Saturday morning, and it was a class that was only half full at that stage. So it's not. This is just allowing a full use of the premises when possible, but is not always going to reach those limits. And needs to take into account the fact of when they had the original approval that they'd taken on a larger additional space to expand a number of years back. So from my point of view, I see great positive benefits, and it's demonstrated and reported by the users. They are supporters of the shopping centre across within that vicinity. So it's a positive impact across the board, and I don't see it as a major impact. I was up there again last Saturday morning to that centre, and there was plenty of car parking available, and not an onerous imposition at all in terms of pressure in that area. So I don't see it as a large challenge. I would hope everyone will support this alternate. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm looking at an email received with this alternate on at 12:15 on the 19th of June with an officer's comment, which clearly states that the alternate recommendation is not supported and, and gives the reasons why. I then refer to a follow-up email received a couple of hours later from Councillor Fishwick, which says that the owner's been in contact with them and they've changed the suggestion. So I'm assuming that the officers have seen that comment, and in that light, I'd like to request officers' comments specifically if the officers' comments change based on that amendment to the alternate. Could I have an answer to that, please?
Director Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. The officer comment doesn't change. I think where the difference lay is that when, following briefing session, city officers discussed with the applicant, the planning consultant, the notion of almost a partial approval, if you like, whereby the 17 patrons or people on site would be able to be accommodated within certain timeframes. At that stage, we understood the advice provided back was if there wasn't the possibility to have the numbers increased to 17 across the full day, then the preference was to receive a refusal for the application, and then that would provide the applicant and operator the opportunity to appeal that decision. Since that information was received and reported to elected members, I understand there might have been subsequent conversations between Councillor Fishwick and the owners or operators to either clarify or update their positions such that now they would be comfortable with what's provided in the alternate recommendation. The fundamental issue for the city still remains that the alternate recommendation supports up to 17 people within the business at a time that overlaps with the operating hours of Little H Cafe on site, and that's where really the tension comes for us insofar as the parking shortfall increases to a point that we're uncomfortable with what impact that would have on the site and the surrounding area.
Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. It's always good to know what the officer's recommendation is based on the alternate that's before us. Can I also double check at the briefing session? I'm pretty sure from the deputation that the person giving the presentation or deputation was expressed a willingness to fund and build an additional 2 parking bays to cover the shortfall. But my understanding is that this is no longer under consideration. Could I just check that, please?
Councillor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's right. The proposal suggested by the applicant at the briefing session was to increase the number of bays along Murray Road from 3 to 5. Our engineers looked at that proposal and are still of a view that only 3 can be accommodated, so unfortunately wouldn't be able to include any additional bays in the Murray Road Reserve either.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston.
Sorry, yes, thank you. Just to speak briefly on it, I do acknowledge the community members that are here and of course the passion that they have for Best Bodies and the community that's been built around it. Although I will not be supporting the alternate from Councillor Fishwick, and the reasons are, it goes back to the original development approval which was given for the mixed-use site. It was originally approved with a discretion on the parking, and then about 2 years ago now, when we first started dealing with the Little H Cafe and their subsequent development approval to give them discretion on parking bays, that was something I did not support. And one of the reasons why I did not support it is I felt at that time that it would prejudice the other businesses in the area, both at the mixed use and then also over at the Hawaiian Shopping Centre. And then of course, I did not agree with it, but the council was of the mind to give that approval. And then of course, subsequently to that, there was then the educational establishment, which also then received an increase in their operating times, and then also further increased the shortfall at this location. If, and of course this is dealing with a hypothetical, if it had been the case that this application and the educational one preceded Little H, I would have been quite supportive of both of them. But unfortunately, given the constraints on the site, which are constraints which now exist, and of course they're not ones that I supported when it came to the council, I feel unfortunately this is a situation where I can't support the additional bays on this one. So if Little H hadn't been approved with the shortfall, I would have felt comfortable moving forward with this. But yes, so given that, I won't be supporting it. I do understand that Councillor Fishwick has tried to be very sympathetic about trying to find a way that does balance the operating hours of the cafe and the other businesses, but I just don't think it can work. Is that when I look at the calculations for the parking shortfalls, yes, at times it does seem small, the proposed shortfalls, but at the same time, that's on a ratio of 1 bay per 4 persons under local planning policy. So looking at it, it's not something I could support. But I do understand is that that prior approval, in my opinion, does cause then, cause difficulties with the amount of bays that are supplied and which ones are used. So, as I said, I didn't support Little H having that discretion on parking. And so unfortunately, because that was given, I just don't feel I can support this. So if things had worked out a different way, I would be supporting this, but unfortunately I can't. But thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to ask the city officers if they know how many of the patrons drive there. Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. The only information we have on that is the information that was supplied by the applicant as part of the proposal. I suppose for us, when it comes to assessing parking and the adequate supply of parking, whilst we acknowledge that other modes of transport might reduce the parking demand, we're still bound to assess it against our policy, which establishes a parking requirement of 1 bay per 4 persons accommodated. So even if there were people that are coming to the site through other means of transport, we still need to take our calculation based on a bay ratio to persons accommodated. There's not a dispensation or a concession that's applied based on how someone might get to the site other than driving.
Councillor O'Neill.
Yes, just briefly, if I could. I will be supportive of the alternate here. It seems that there's not any sort of secure numbers on the parking and who drives and who doesn't, who walks, who doesn't, who rides a bike and who doesn't. I acknowledge what Councillor Fishwick has said in relation to being a community hub where women get a chance to interact with other women. There's not many places like that where the ladies can go and it's just a place for them and they can all connect together and enjoy some healthy exercise and connect with with other ladies that they have interest in, and possibly pursuing friendships and a good community network that way. I think that's what we're all about here in the city of Joondalup, so I will have to be supportive of this, because I think we need more of this. There's not enough of it these days, and the more places we can get where women can go together, where they can work out, go grab a coffee, shop locally, improve those other businesses, is a good thing. So I will be supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Just before I hand back to Councillor Fishwick, noting there was some opposition to it, I will foreshadow the officer's recommendation, just in case. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, in relation to the 17 Bay patrons, whilst there is an overlap with Little H, many of them after their Pilates session do have a coffee catch-up and become actually patrons of the Little H. So, yeah, Little H were supportive of the Best Bodies increasing their membership from 10 to 17. In relation to the comments made by Councillor Kingston, whilst I appreciate his views, there is, from the surveys and from my visits, there was always some parking available on site, and also plenty of bays in the Duncraig Shopping Centre itself. And again, the patrons of Best Bodies also become patrons of the IGA, the chemist and the post office and other outlets in the shopping centre complex. In closing, I just want to point out it is the sort of small-scale shopping centre type business that we want to encourage. It boosts the local economy, which is a good thing, particularly in our suburban shopping centres that the focus is a lot on the CBD here, but we need to also look at the small businesses located in our suburbs, and this is a way of supporting that. So it's a sensible and measured approach to supporting our community groups, and I ask you to support my alternate motion. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fishwick. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and that motion is carried. Item 12.4, renaming of Blackboy Park, Mullaloo. Oh, we need a reason. Sorry, Councillor Fishwick.
The increase in patronage from 10 to 17 stimulates local business in the adjacent shopping areas, and also provides an outlet for not only the physical health for women, but also the mental and group exercises that they share together. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor May, 12.4.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I moved a motion. I need a seconder.
Are you moving the alternate that Councillor Hutton had flagged, or are you?
I was going to move this and foreshadow it, but would it be better if Councillor Hutton moved the alternate and then I foreshadowed it after?
No, you've got the call as ward councillor, so if you're happy to move this one, please, Councillor May. Thank you. Moved. Do I have a seconder? I'm happy to second. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Many of you will recall some time ago, notice a motion was put forward by Councillor Fishwick to look at renaming Blackboy Park, and former Councillor Philippa Taylor added to that motion to suggest it have an Aboriginal name and it go through the relevant processes. We've come quite a long way since then. The park listed on point 2, Coolanka Park, was put forward to Landgate, and Landgate weren't happy with it because it was too similar to the name of one of the abutting streets. My view at this stage is to look at going to the naming convention that applies normally with parks, where one of the streets is given, the park name is given by one of the streets that join the park. And that's the understanding from the discussion I've had with Councillor Hutton and Councillor Hill, that the alternate that is foreshadowed will encapsulate that. So I'm simply moving the opposite's recommendation with the intent that the alternate be carried in its place and replace at least point 3 of 12.4. If that makes sense. Is that the right way to go about it, Mr Mayor?
I think it's the point that we are at, so that's I think we can work through that. Thank you. As seconder, I reserve my right. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, just briefly, I do just want to foreshadow that an alternate has been drafted which deals with the sentiment of Councillor May's comments. Obviously, if people are inclined to support the alternate, which I'll quickly run you through, I would suggest, given the length of tonight's meeting, probably dealing with this quite swiftly and moving on to the alternate so we can discuss it. But the alternate basically keeps the first 2 points, but point 3 becomes does not support any further spending on consultancy in relation to the renaming of Blackboy Park unless identified and approved by council. And then point number 4 is supports progressing with either Karralundi or Kulyanga as an alternate Aboriginal place name to replace Blackboy Park, subject to concurrence and confirmation of preference from engagement with relative Aboriginal stakeholders. And then point 5 would be agrees that Blackboy Park is renamed Laurel Park in the event the engagement with relevant Aboriginal stakeholders in item 4 above does not conclude that either Karralundi or Kulyanga are appropriate replacement names. Just in summary there, I think there is an appetite for the name of the park to change. The process, in my opinion, has dragged out far too long and it's been far too costly to date. The alternate seeks to resolve the matter in a timely fashion using the current protocol, which is to name a park by one of the adjoining 4 streets. One of the streets, Balga, we already know from Landgate, is out because the name is far too common. 2 of the remaining street names are Indigenous names. The alternate, as per the officer's comment, would basically mean writing to the representative bodies to request any objection to those names. If there is no objection, we will progress with one of those names. In the instance where we do not receive comment at no cost, we would therefore just default to option 4, which is effectively to go with Laurel Park, which I think, for the most part, everyone would agree is an uncontentious name and is a step in the right direction. Again, I just make the point, let's not make perfect be the enemy of good. Let's get on with this. 6 years has been far too long, and $24,000 of consultancy costs plus additional costs has been far too much, and we need to find a way forward to streamline this, and I think this is the way. Although I do believe it's convoluted, I would rather we just pick a name tonight and go on with it. I'm happy to be flexible, and that's why we've landed on this current wording of the alternate recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation as tabled. I think we need to go through and complete this process. I think some of the time delays that have been attributed within this project, majority caused because it got tied in with the RAP project, whereas this could have continued, but whilst we went through the process of a creation of a RAP, we sort of put this to the side. So I would say that a good 4 years of the delay is not because of the process directly with the renaming of the park, so but because it got tied into that other process. And the other aspect of the costs, there were other aspects of the consulting that went into that work done with the consultant, so I think we need to bring it back to say what was the actual cost in this process, and understanding that process and seeing it through to the end, and not sort of moving sideways just because we hit a speed hump in the process in terms of the regulatory authority, and let's just go back. We can make it clear with the consultant that what we want to do is look predominantly at those existing names and push those first, but if they're unable to be sort of approved, then we go with another name, and they obviously did some other work, and we can look at those aspects and shorten that work and minimise the expense associated with that. So from my point of view, in terms of reputation-wise, I think it's important to the city to continue on and finish this project as we have started it.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm just a little confused. Are we did Councillor Hutton move the alternate because he spoke to it in full?
He did, but as ward councillor, Councillor May has first moved the primary.
But he,
sorry. Yeah, so he has. So we have debate before us. And Councillor May, I think, well, I won't try and paraphrase as well, but I think he was trending the same way, but I've noted Councillor Raftis is supporting the primary motion in his comments, or that was my understanding. He's nodding, good. So we are debating the primary motion, but Councillor Hutton has just foreshadowed his alternate if this one doesn't get up.
Right, okay, thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, about 6 years ago when I was councillor for the ward and this came up, I went straight to the park and door knocked every property around the whole perimeter of the park, and not one resident had a problem with the name Blackboy. So consequently, I have never shown any interest in renaming the park from that consultation with the public on hand. So I'd really like this to be put to bed and no further time and cost incurred on ratepayers and leave the name as is.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. 2 questions and a statement. The first one is, in the alternate, is the name Laurel, is that related to the location, or did that just come from the councillors proposing the alternate?
Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Laurel comes from one of the adjoining street names, and so as part of the alternate, when the city was asked to prepare it, we looked at which names would meet our council policy as well as Landgate's naming conventions. Laurel, being an adjoining road, was one of those.
Councillor.
Thank you. And following on the comment made about 24,000 in consultants, what was the cost for the consultant? Because the consultant was engaged doing multiple pieces of work for renaming the park, so not the other work they were doing.
Director Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, the consultants were engaged to provide us consultancy over 3 projects. The engagement wasn't split into separable portions, and so there wasn't a specific dollar value attributed to each of the projects. But if you simply divide the cost by 3, the cost of consultancy was $24,134, and so that roughly works out to $8,045 if you're going to split it evenly across the 3 projects.
Councillor.
Thank you, and I'll just make a statement first, responding to Councillor Jones's comments. When I did door knock Mullaloo, when I represented it back in 2021, I didn't raise this issue with them, but residents around this park did raise it with me. So obviously different residents are raising different things, having different opinions when they speak to different councillors. So yes, when I door knocked it, there was a number of residents there who did raise it with me as a concern that the park should be renamed. Just being candid at the time, I didn't realise it was an issue. But then, as I said, it was raised with me by a number of households. So, but as far as the renaming of the park, I don't think we can continue with Blackboy. So it's about which process do we pick? Do we pick the process from the alternate or the officer's recommendation? I'll be supporting Councillor Raftis on this one and supporting the officer's recommendation. Although I do agree with trying to look at the streets first in the surrounding area. I don't know if just defaulting back to Laurel Park is the best way as 0.5 in the alternate. So I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation. I just think it gives us the flexibility to look at different names that might be suitable for the area. That doesn't necessarily mean by supporting the officer's recommendation in 0.3 that it means that there is going to be a spend on consultancy or a spend on, or a significant spend going forward. I think as the officers have raised previously about trying to engage first with the consultants that we had previously, and if they're willing to just look at those adjoining street names and then trying to find a way forward. So I'll be supporting the officer's recommendation. I just feel it's a bit more open-ended than the alternate, but I think in practice they're both quite similar. So, thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor May, do you wish to close? Oh, sorry. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks. So, obviously, I encourage elected members to consider rejecting this and going for the alternate, which was circulated earlier today and prepared by myself and Councillor Hutton. I think that's a pragmatic approach, which will aim to get this matter closed out to the satisfaction of all parties in quickest time and lowest cost. So, I would certainly comment that I do not think retaining the name Blackboy Park is an option for many reasons. And I hope to be able to speak about the alternate shortly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I agree with the majority of the comments that have been made on both sides of whether to support this motion or not. In my view, similar to what Deputy Mayor said, I think we're at this stage now where retaining the name isn't really feasible. Perhaps if the original notice of motion was never brought, it would have not been an issue. But I think a lot of people do think the name should probably be changed, just because of the wording of the specific name is not really a name that's used anymore for that species of plant, and that species of plant doesn't even grow endemically in the park anyway, so I don't even know why it was chosen in the first place. So I'd be encouraging fellow elected members to vote this one down so we can consider the alternate. I support the alternate because it does create a much more simple process. It meets the criteria of having an Aboriginal name, provided there's no objections, and it's probably the most efficient way of changing the name and winding up the process that's been going on for 6 years now. So thank you.
Thank you. I will put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is not carried. So, Councillor Hutton, we revert to your alternate. Do I have a seconder for your alternate? Seconded, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Hutton.
Yes, sorry, thank you. Just make sure it's coming up on the screen. Yeah, I've already covered this in depth. I just make the final point that obviously the cost of proceeding with the full reconsultation on the park, I think it was quoted at $6,904. I know there's been some discussions about finding opportunities to decrease that cost. But for me, the big lesson is that where we do uncover a name that for whatever reason is derogatory or is no longer suitable, there is a benchmark. I think that benchmark is quite high, but in this instance, I think the benchmark has been crossed. But if we are going to deal with more of these in the future, which to be honest, I don't think we need to, but if we are going to deal with it in the future, we have to be very, very clear on the process. And I think going forward, the process should follow effectively what's been suggested in this motion. I think it can be even more streamlined, but again, let's not make a perfect enemy of good. Let's get the name changed. Let's stick with the conventions and the advice from Landgate, and that is to pick one of the adjoining streets. We can go through a process, as I say, happy to prioritise the Indigenous names, but if there is an objection, we do have a fourth non-contentious name that is available. The time is now to get on with it, and let's keep the costs to an absolute minimum so we can focus on other priorities for the city.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Can I first of all just request that point 3 be voted on separately? Thank you. For the record, this agenda item relates to a notice of motion originally from Councillor Fishwick in March 2019. The purpose of that notice of motion was to request a report on renaming the park. I was not on council in 2019, but I certainly support the intent of that notice of motion. Here we are 6 years later. I am aware that there was a council decision in July 2019 to seek advice on appropriate Aboriginal place names to replace the current name. I'm not aware whether the council of the day considered at that time how long it would take to obtain that advice, or indeed how much it would cost. The current council was informed of the recommended Aboriginal place name and of the costs that were incurred in finalising that recommendation. It is regrettable that Landgate raised no objection to that name until completion of the community consultation process. The costs were incurred and the recommended name cannot be used. In view of this, the alternate before us has been developed by myself and Councillor Allen to provide options to simply consider whether either of the two Aboriginal names of adjoining streets can be used, and if not, the name Laurel Park can be used, which is the name of another adjoining street. My understanding is that the position of Landgate is that the proposed Aboriginal park names must be selected following consultation with relevant Aboriginal stakeholders. However, I further understand that Landgate considers that no such consultation is required when the name of an adjoining Aboriginal street name is proposed for a park name. Can I just pause at that point and just double check that as a question to the Director? Is that, if that understanding of landscape position is correct? Thank you.
Director Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, that's correct. Typically, community consultation or engagement with local elders groups would be required if using an Aboriginal name for the naming of a park, but we sought advice from Landgate in this specific instance, and they advised us because the Aboriginal word would be derived from an adjoining street name, they wouldn't require that engagement to be undertaken.
Thank you. I'll continue. I fully support the work that the City undertakes in consulting with relevant Aboriginal stakeholders. However, I am also mindful of community sentiment regarding the money that has already been spent on this renaming project and the fact that this has been in progress for 6 years. For the avoidance of doubt, I do not think we should be asking relevant Aboriginal stakeholders for a detailed analysis of the 2 potential Aboriginal park names. I consider that it would be appropriate to simply ask relevant Aboriginal stakeholders if there is any objection to either of the 2 names, and if there is a preference for either name. I do note that these names have been used for these streets for several decades without any significant objections being raised. I'd like to request that elected members support this alternative so that we can determine which of the 3 available street names should be used and then implement this at the earliest opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you. Just as I stated earlier, can we vote on these items separately, please? Secondly, just a quick question for the City, if I could. Is it likely, if point 4 is supported, that there will be charges incurred? If we are seeking confirmation, would they charge fees for that confirmation or whatever it is that they're doing?
Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. It is possible. So in considering the alternate, the City did note that part 3 of the alternate does place some limitation on our ability to engage with relevant Aboriginal stakeholders because it explicitly prevents us from spending further funds on consultancy. What we would do if the alternate is carried in its entirety with part 3 and part 4, we would engage with the Wodjuk Aboriginal Corporation and the Southwest Land and Sea Council to see if they could provide any insights in relation to the appropriateness or preference for either Karralundi or Koolyunga. We'd also approach the previously appointed consultancy to ascertain if there was any work or engagement that they'd be able to provide without charge, and then the City would also undertake its own academic research into both names. But it may come to pass that without being able to spend funds on consultancy, we may not be able to engage to the extent that we need to with relevant Aboriginal stakeholders. And so then what we would be doing is most likely coming back to Council to either seek approval to engage a consultant or we'd be seeking some direction on the renaming project more broadly.
Thank you. Just if I can make a statement to that. Obviously, I thank the councillors for putting this together. It is very well thought out. However, I won't be supporting I will be supporting item 3 and I won't be supporting item 4. Instead, I will be referring to support item 5, as it seems that this has gone on long enough. A lot of people that I've spoken to in the community, they don't seem to care if this, and there's no widespread concern about these sorts of things. There's better things to do with our time. I do agree, however, hearing the arguments that perhaps it has gone far enough that we can't be using Blackboy Park anymore, and so that's why I will be agreeing with point 5 to just rename it Laurel Park and be done with this. Enough with wasting the ratepayers' money, and let's get on to something that's more important.
Thank you. I think just noting your comments, Councillor O'Neill, I'll put 1 and 2 together and then do 3, 4, 5 separately. Are you happy with that?
I don't have a problem with it, but it's obviously up to everyone else. I was just, if we were saying if we vote them all separately so that everyone has an opportunity.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Pizzey?
Thank you. Yep. I just want to say I feel like this is a sensible motion to solve the naming issue without need for further costs.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quick question first to the Director. Following the decision in 2019, when did the City actually engage with a consultant on the naming process? Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I believe it was early 2024. I'm just checking my notes if I have that in front of me, but that's what I recall as being the date.
Councillor.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, and I'll just reiterate what I mentioned earlier. We talk about, and keep talking about it was a 6-year, and yes, it has been a long process, but the fact of the matter is there was a delay because of another process going on. So from my point of view, the process started in 2024 when we said to actually engage following progress in the creation of the RAP. So from my point of view, let's deal with that and not keep referring to 6 years. From my view, I think opening a can of worms by just going off the track on here, I'd like to see the items voted separately, 3, 4 and 5. And with regard to, look, we pay consultants for everything. We have facilities come in, run meetings, they get paid. We speak with lawyers for 5 or 10 minutes, they get paid. If you're going to engage with a consultant, expect to pay them, and to expect one to not charge for their services is a little bit expectant. If we're going to expect people to work for free, then expect it from all our, and demand it from all our consultants. So from my point of view, I think we should have I would support progressing 4 to see if it actually is able to progress, but I wouldn't be supporting 5. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. I'll be supporting 1 and 2, but probably not anything beyond that. And the reason is, although I'm quite sympathetic on trying with Karalundi and Kulyanga Park first, the issue I have is number 4. It says when it says subject to concurrence and preference with relevant Indigenous stakeholders. If that ends up going to a consultancy, or if there has to be some sort of further engagement, which the city, I imagine, is going to likely have to do with that, then that's going to trigger point 3, and then we're in a similar situation than if we actually went with the officer's recommendation to just say supporting identifying an Aboriginal name that we can get over the line. So I will foreshadow for, in the rare circumstance that 3, 4, 5 don't get over the line, I will foreshadow number 3 of the officer's recommendation. But yeah, I understand how, I just think that if number 4 is actioned on as it's written, I think there is the real possibility that then a consultant's engaged, then look at names, and then number 3 is triggered, and then when number 3 is triggered, then a report comes to council, which then consider engaging that consultancy. Of course, then the additional cost of the report of generating that report of another 2,000 or 3,000, that's the cost of the officer's time preparing the report. So I just feel that this sort of goes somewhere. In the best case, if we could get those 2 Indigenous names over the line cheaply, then we get where we're intending, where I think most of the council is intending to go, but I'm just not sure it really gets there in practice, because I don't think we'll be able to do it without a consultancy. And then number 3 is triggered, and then the council report's written, that's number 2,000 or 3,000 will be prepared. And at that point, I feel like we might have sort of just engaged an Indigenous consultancy, as Councillor Raftis has suggested, to either get one of those 2 names across or get something that's palatable with Landgate to progress. So I'm just not sure it really does in practice where it goes. So I know what's intended here, but yeah, I just don't know if it'll really work out as it's said. So I'll stop there, but that's my concerns. But I'm happy to, yeah, I do support the renaming, but this is just how it's going to be done. And I say that in some ways this does close the loop on trying to get an end point yeah, so I just think it's also sympathetic also to keep it open-ended. So thank you.
Councillor Fishwick.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. When I first raised this notice of motion some 6.5 years ago, I didn't really believe it would take this long, and it still hasn't been resolved. So, and I referred to President Kennedy when he said that, well, at some stage I want to lob a man on the moon within 10 years, and that was done within about 9, I think. So for us to take 6.5 years is really an issue with me. But I take Councillor Rafters's point in that the hold-up wasn't with the Aboriginal stakeholders because they've come back within less than a year. So for me, it's what happened between my notice of motion before we went into that other issue with, before we got the Aboriginal stakeholders. So I think I'd like to ask a question, maybe through you, Mr Mayor, to the relevant officer, if you may know yourself, but Cambridge recently named Lake Munga to an Aboriginal name. Does anyone know how long that took with the engagement with the Aboriginal stakeholders?
Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. No, we don't know that off the top of our head, but happy to take the question on notice and engage with our counterparts at Cambridge.
Okay. I think it probably would have been some months or something like that, and so I'm quite supportive of moving along with this as quickly as we possible, than the best, fastest way to get a resolve. But I still think we should relate it to an Aboriginal name preferably, and also for that we need to rely on elders or the engagement people representing the Aboriginal community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciolo.
Thank you, through you. Look, I'm pretty supportive, and I can kind of concur with the sentiment of council about getting to a place quickly with this. It's dragged on far too long. I will say that I'm supportive of an Aboriginal name outcome. That was my desire. I hope that comes to fruition. I did want to ask, though, is what is the role of the RAP committee moving forward? Like, we talk about stakeholders, you mentioned a couple. I would like to ask the city, does the RAP committee have an active role in this moving forward to maybe expedite the process?
Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. The key purpose, or the overarching purpose, of our reconciliation action plan community reference group is fundamentally to oversee and guide our reconciliation journey, and that's well, very shortly, hopefully after we receive approval from Reconciliation Australia, will primarily be channelled through the actions in our reconciliation action plan. So whilst there are initiatives and actions that have a relationship to this project, this renaming project isn't specifically listed in there, and so it wouldn't necessarily be the role of the community reference group to provide the specialist consultancy services, if you like, to guide us through a renaming process like this. But we would, and we do, report outcomes of those consultancy services and our projects of this nature to the community reference group.
I just think this is an opportunity. Obviously, the RAP is intrinsically connected to the city and have been heavily involved in processes which would pretty much align with what we're trying to achieve here. So I think there's an opportunity from a personal perspective where the RAP could play an active role and obviously maybe fill the void. We've obviously had some issues when it comes to funding. So yeah, I wanted to put that out there, and I would highly recommend involving the RAP committee moving forward.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton Prime.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Before I begin, I can hear some whispering in the gallery. It's very distracting, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Just a note, under the meeting procedures, it's not appropriate to create any disturbance, so please watch that. Councillor Hamilton Prime.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I wanted to concur Councillor Vinciolo's comments surrounding this particular motion. I too am very supportive of the name being to an Indigenous name. I think it's more than an expected outcome considering the considerable amount of time that has passed and the original intent, and I fully want to fulfil that. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton. Sorry, Councillor Kingston, do you have a question?
Yeah, it's just a question to the director, if possible. it's going on further. I think the questions which were asked by Councillor Hutton and Councillor Hill is that if this alternate is progressed, is there actually a chance that this might end up costing us more money than the officer's recommendation? I say that as if 4 goes to a consultancy and then 3 adds an additional officer's report for 2,000 or 3,000, is there a chance this is actually going to cost us more than just going straight to an officer's?
Well, I think if I can dissect that question, 3 obviously has the chance to, because it's open-ended. So the question's really just 4, whether 4 does. Director.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I think it depends on what you're comparing it to. So if you're comparing, say, item 4 of the alternate to item 3 of the officer recommendation, item 3 of the officer recommendation had a broader scope for our consultancy, whereby we would be asking our consultant feedback on the 2 Aboriginal names of adjoining streets, but also potentially alternative names as well, whereas item 4 of the alternate recommendation, the scope is quite narrow insofar as it's limited to the 2 road names. That might reduce the cost of consultancy because there's arguably less work involved because it's just focusing on the narrower scope. But to your point, for the alternate recommendation, if we were to try and progress or engage with relevant Aboriginal stakeholders without spending anything on consultancy and weren't able to do that, there might be an additional step included in the process whereby we'd have to seek direction from council, so through a formal report to council. So I wouldn't necessarily see that there would be a financial spend, but an officer time cost.
Thank you. Further question?
Thank you. And just that officer's time of preparing that report is sort of where I think the additional cost in this comes in. Could we quantify what is the cost of preparing that report to then approve or not that consultancy if it's identified to be needed under point 4?
I just saw a shake of the head there, not between now and voting. Councillor Hutton, do you wish to close?
Yeah, thank you. Just before I do close, there was a point raised by Councillor O'Neill, and a question on it. It was in regards to not supporting point 4 and supporting point 5. Now, if that were to happen, obviously the intention would be to just move to the name of Laurel Park. In that instance, number 5 would have to be amended so that it was just agrees that Blackboy Park is renamed Laurel Park. I'm just wondering if from a procedural basis, if 4 is rejected, is there a way that 5 can be amended to reflect the fact that 4 no longer exists? Is that allowed? Yeah, let's confirm this loud. Okay, yeah, I'll just go in summary. I want to be perfectly clear. You can read this however you want, but there's a clear intention for the motion. And the intention was clearly stated, obviously, through the drafting process in consultation with the administration. The scenarios that have been spoken through just now should not happen. Now, the reason they should not happen is that 3 is clearly stating that we do not support any further spending on consultancy. That, therefore, means if we get to point 4 and there is a request for a fee for consultancy, then we default to number 5 and we proceed with Laurel Park. This is a very, very clear procedure. Now, on top of that, point 4, as my colleague, the Deputy Mayor, has reiterated to me, the intention there is to effectively seek objections. If there is no objection to those 2 street names that have existed for the best part of over half a century, then we should be able to, the administration should be able to progress with the name. There is no appetite for this to need to come back to council. If there is no objection, if there's no issue with one of those 2 names, if we don't receive any issue, we should progress with them as per point 4. And if there is an issue, the park gets renamed Laurel Park. It doesn't come back to council, no report. The desire is for no additional money to be spent and for this to not come back to council and for us to get on with it and to ascertain, is there an objection? If there's not an objection, progress with one of the names in point 4. And if there is an objection, progress with point 5. We do not want this to come back to council. That is the intention. Again, I cannot state it any clearer. If there is need for an additional notice of motion to be submitted to make that particularly clear, I'm happy to do so. When I do reflect on the comments made in the officer's notes, to this recommendation. There's obviously mention of there are options for a no-cost consultation, which is obviously to go out to the Indigenous representative bodies to seek feedback, to say, do you have an objection to this? If they come back and say, we do not have an objection to these names, we have an objection to one or the other, we propose with the one they don't have an objection to. And if there's an objection to both of the names, we go to point 5 and we rename it Laurel Park. Having said all of that, I'm obviously very keen to get on with this as quick as possible. I am sympathetic to the points made by Councillor O'Neill. I will definitely be supporting points 1, 2 and 3. On point 4, I'm sort of on the fence. I think Laurel Park offers the option to address this the quickest possible in time. I think the main objective here is to remove the name Blackboy Park, and Laurel Park does that. So I strongly encourage you all to support points 1, 2, 3 and 5. And I encourage you to contemplate on point 4. Do we want a potentially slightly extended process, which is going to involve writing a letter to the representative bodies to ask if they have any objections to these names? Or do we want to potentially, shorten this process by potentially 60, 90 days or whatever it may be? So please support 1, 2, 3, 5 and consider supporting 4. I'll let you make your own judgment whether or not you would like to have an Aboriginal name in the forefront. But unfortunately, going with an Aboriginal name has proven to be costly and time consuming. So I can understand why that might divide council. And the final point I will just make is that Landgate is quite clear on this. When you're picking a name of a street adjoining, there is no need for further consultation. So what we're suggesting here does comply with the Landgate rules, and it also complies with the city's current policy. If there is a need to review the policy, let's go through the proper policy review process and do that accordingly. But yes, I encourage you to support the motion as is currently written, and cast your own judgments on point 4.
Thank you. Noting there was no opposition to 1 and 2, I'll put items 1 and 2 together and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and they are carried. I will now put item 3. And ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and item 3 is carried. I'll put item 4 and ask you to cast your votes. Item 4. Declare the voting closed and item 4 is carried. And I will put item 5 and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. Item 12.6, notice of motion, city's approach to privacy and responsible information sharing. Councillor, do we need a reason under Regulation 11DA? I do, yes. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, so to provide a streamlined and cost-effective process for the renaming of Blackboy Park.
Excellent, thank you. Item 12.6, Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the item as written.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I'm happy. Councillor Raptis. I'm happy to see Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Firstly, thank you to the City Administration for the work on the report and preparing this for Council's consideration. Just a few quick things. The City of Joondalup has taken a proactive and structured approach in preparing for the Privacy and Responsible Information Sharing Act 2024. The City is aligning with the state-level reforms and integrating best practices into its operation through dedicated project teams, strategic milestones embedded in the corporate business plan. So I do thank them for that. Some of the positive aspects of the report that I took away from this is the city's actions are aligning with the state government's privacy reform agenda at this point, showing governance and future readiness, integration with the existing systems, strong data security measures to this point, secure data storage, access control, encryption practices, transparent to a point of an accountable framework, quarterly reporting, internal audits and governance when requested, structure underpinning a dedicated project by a dedicated project team, and employee training and awareness. That being said, there is a couple of things that I do believe that the city could take away from this and could be addressed to further improve and focus on the future. The first one obviously is policy and procurement procedure finalisation. There is several critical documents, a privacy policy, breach notification plan, collection notices, etc. They're still in draft stages, and finalising and implementing these are essential. Secondly, in the internal training rollout, staff training on the 11 information principle policies and handling procedures is yet to commence. I do believe this should be a priority to ensure consistent compliance. Public communication enhancements, while internal measures are being developed, external-facing communication like the privacy pages and notices also need to be completed to meet legislative obligations. Procedures for handling requests and complaints is the other one there. So I do believe the systems for managing privacy-related complaints and requests need to be designed and implemented ahead of the full legislation commencement. There's a couple of others which I won't obviously go into, but in conclusion, whilst there is much to do, the city is on a strong path to full compliance. It's got a phased and strategic approach, which demonstrates responsibility that the city is taken seriously for the residents, which was why this was first initially brought forward. I wanted obviously something to come out here that indicated to the residents and ratepayers that we are looking at things like this and that the city does take it seriously, and I hope that they continue to do so and we don't get tripped up by anything along the way. By finalising the pending procedures and scaling up awareness and training, Joondalup can serve as a benchmark and hopefully for local other governments navigating the evolving privacy landscape. So I thank the city for their time on this.
Thank you. Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a quick question, if I may, on the matter through you. Does the various aspects within the report, which I appreciate the level of detail in there, cover video footage, giving the ability for facial recognition software? How well do we protect the video footage we take and who we share it with?
Ms Robinson.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, it does cover it, and we will have to have sharing arrangements made with anybody that a third party, a state government agency, and the handling and control and storage is part of that.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Pizzey.
Just a question, if I can. Looking forward to the city's future vision projects, will the city be creating a policy that protects the residents' freedom of movement to ensure data taken by facial recognition cameras will not be used to restrict Joondalup residents' movement within the city?
Ms Robinson.
Thank you, through you, Mr Mayor. That wouldn't be part of this legislation, but we can certainly take that on board for any future policy.
Further comments? Councillor O'Neill, do you wish to close?
No, Mr Mayor, nothing more to add.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. Item 12.8, status of council decisions. Councillor Raftis.
Just like to move the item as listed. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I'm happy to second. Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll speak other question as a follow-up from the one raised at the briefing session regarding the workers' comp insurance report note. The response was that one had been overlooked or incorrectly recorded as having been completed. Have we now conducted a review of other items within the list to ensure no other decisions have been mistakenly reported as closed off? Thank you.
Thank you. Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, thank you for the question. And yes, it's up to each director to be responsible for ensuring that the comments that are made against each of their comments or against each of the items of council resolutions are actually recorded or correctly recorded. I have found one or two, even in my own area, which have been added to the schedule. So there is quite a rigorous process in place, but we will continue to ensure that the schedule is as accurate as possible.
Thank you. Don't wish to speak. Put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. Item 12.9, status of petitions. Councillor Raftis.
Move it as listed, please.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a quick question regarding item 2, on page 249, the noise wall in Kingsley. It's noted there in the update in May 2025 that there will be a report in the June 25 council meeting, which is tonight. Just wondering when it will be coming through.
Thank you. Director Lee.
Thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor. The city had prepared a report and was in a position to present it to the June council meeting. As we'd indicated, we did receive some contact from the lead petitioner late into the piece, indicating that they had further information they were reviewing and wanted to provide to us, so we could take that into account as part of our investigations. So we're just waiting to receive that so we can review that and fold that into our report. What I will do after this evening is contact the lead petitioner, see if I can get an idea on what time frame they're working to, and then update next month's council report with a new date for when we expect to present the report back to council.
Thank you. Further comments? If not, I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Next item in business is the climate change plan. Councillor Hutton.
Thank you. Before I begin,
I just need the motion moved first.
Oh, yes.
Moved. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Vinciulo. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, before I begin, I do foreshadow a potential alternate, basically for us to officially reject the plan, so does not support the plan unless a further decision is made by council. Now, obviously, this is a topic that we have discussed in depth now at numerous council meetings, strategy sessions, briefing sessions and the like. I guess the crux of the question is whether or not the measures currently enacted by the City of Joondalup require a central plan. The answer which we have received repetitively from the administration is that a plan is not required and that those measures will continue regardless. Now, I am someone who's very keen for us to make informed decisions on a case-by-case basis. It is for that reason that I cannot support the plan in its current form. Through numerous discussions we've had, one of the other concerns I have is the city's Leafy Street programme, which is very much supported by members of the community and also very much supported by members of council, does provide an effective carbon offset to the planet. However, through the current accounting formulas used to calculate net zero, it would not be appropriately treated like that. Now, I'm someone who would much rather see more trees planted to provide carbon offsets to the city, but also for the co-benefit of reducing the heat island effect. Unfortunately, that would not have the impacts desired as per the plan. Whereas other projects, which could be purchasing, international carbon offsets from projects and places of the world that we will never see and never actually be able to fully comprehend the impact, would be counted. So it's for those reasons I believe that we must make these decisions on a case-by-case basis. We must weigh up the cost and the impact, and we must make sure that every decision that is made in the name of climate change is properly scrutinised. So I've come to the opinion that we do not need this plan. we have voted on this, and I think this is the third time we've voted on this at council. So hence why I'm foreshadowing for council to make an official decision to not support the plan, and for us to return to other matters, but to deal with other issues as they arise and proposals as they arise.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you, through you. I'm going to take a little bit of a different angle. I'm going to be supporting the recommendation of the council, recommendation of the city, sorry, to endorse the climate change plan. And my reasons are this: the body of work that's been done by this department at the city has been is huge, and as we all know, this has been quite some time in the making. There's some comments this evening that we heard that reflected the fact that no plan is ever going to be perfect. There's always going to be things that some are going to like and some are going to dislike, and there's no silver bullet. But the reality is we need to start. You've got to start somewhere. You've got to get behind something. And at some point, we need to accept that the body of work that's been done has been huge, and we have an opportunity now to actively get involved in some climate change discussions by implementing a plan and a starting point for the city. And it's time that we actively get involved, and from that perspective, I will be supporting the climate change plan this evening.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will take a different approach to Councillor Vinciulo. Thank you. The city is obviously seeking council endorsement on the Climate Change Plan 2025 to 2035. I'd like to urge my co-councillors to consider carefully what this plan does truly reflect, the priorities and responsibilities of local government and the values of the community that we are elected to serve. I do want to be clear. This is not a rejection of sound environmental stewardship or responsible governance, but what we must distinguish is between what is desirable in theory and what is achievable, necessary, or even appropriate at a local government level. My first point is that the community does not support it. I believe, according to the city's own consultation data, the majority of residents oppose the plan's corporate emissions reduction targets, the key initiatives, renewable energy procurement, vehicle fleet electrification, and LED conversions were similarly opposed by most of the residents. Only 70 responses received in the 2024 consultation period. That's a tiny fraction of our population within the city of Joondalup, and the overwhelming feedback reflected scepticism about the plan's direction, with many questioning the science, cost and scope. When community trust and support are absent, policy becomes ideology, not governance. Secondly, let's remember what Local Government Act 1995 outlines. Our role is to provide good governance of the district, maintain infrastructure, manage waste, deliver local services, and ensure community well-being. With the plan proposed long-term speculative emission targets and spending typically associated with state or federal jurisdiction, the fact that the city has adopted language like Scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions, typically used by corporations and federal departments, raises concerns about scope creep. We are a local government, not a climate regulatory body. Our core duties include maintaining roads, parks, playgrounds, local safety and drainage, not leading net zero campaigns and measuring global carbon footprints. Better alternatives for the same cost. This plan comes at an annual cost of $2.2 million, and that's approximately $34 per household per year. And considering what we could achieve with the same $2.2 million a year would be upgrades of 15 playgrounds across the city, expand TV and local safety infrastructure, invest in flood mitigation works, critical areas of rising urban stormwater risks, fund urban shade planting for the heat relief, which is local planning, which is something that affects us all locally and helps, without greenwashing it as a carbon offset. These are practical, visible, and community-supported initiatives. They also align with our local responsibilities and deliver tangible outcomes, not ideological statements. And even if the plan were executed perfectly, the City of Joondalup's global emissions target is statistically insignificant. Meanwhile, major emitters in the world stage continue to increase their output. Let's be honest, this plan won't work to change the climate. It won't work to stop heat waves or sea level rises. What it will do is consume time, staff, ratepayer funds, diverting resources away from infrastructure services and cost of living relief. I urge the councillors to consider the precedent we set here. I applaud Councillor Hutton on having foreshadowed an ultimate to put this to bed and not support it at all. We have wasted a lot of time, a lot of money, and we can't do this anymore. This is not what council is for.
I'm going to jump in just for a second. I don't normally, and I hadn't planned to speak to this item, but I do, with absolute respect, Councillor O'Neill, have to address a couple of those points. The most recent version of the Local Government Act clearly gives us not only this function, but says that we must do it. Now, this is only the most recent version, so you may be operating on an older version, but the general function of local government is outlined in Section 3.1 of the Act, and a new Section 3.11A is one of the more recent additions, and I'm just going to read it. Without limiting the general function of a local government, so without limiting subsection 1, which just says it's to provide for good government, without limiting that subsection, the general function of a local government must be performed having regard to the following: A, the need, 1, to promote economic, social and environmental sustainability of the district, and 2, to plan for and to plan for mitigating risks associated with climate change. So the Local Government Act is very clear. We must plan for and plan for mitigating risks associated with climate change. So it's actually a specific duty that's now been placed upon us. So I just have to correct that one, Council. Further debate. Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thanks through you, Mr. Mayor. I think I just heard in Councillor O'Neill referring to a foreshadowed alternative. I don't recall having seen one, but if he's referring to voting this down, I'd be interested to just get some feedback on the officer's comment for that scenario. Thank you.
If I can ask, in what context, in terms of...
Well, Councillor O'Neill just referenced a foreshadow an alternative by Councillor Hutton, and I can only think that that means voting this down in the absence of having received something. So given that that's a scenario being encouraged, I'd appreciate knowing what would be the impact of such a decision from the officer's perspective.
Okay, so you mean in a governance sense, if we vote down a motion without having a clear foreshadowed motion to go to?
Yes.
Director?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, one of the options is that the council can choose to not endorse the climate change plan and remove the project from the corporate business plan as well. We have in that option that we don't recommend that because the city would be unlikely to meet the city's strategic climate objectives or the requirements of the Local Government Act. The climate change plan has been put forward to meet the requirements under the Act, provides continuity of the city's climate actions, to demonstrate leadership to the community in regard to climate change and to seek to minimise environmental impacts for future generations, which again is an objective of the amendments to the Local Government Act, but it is included within one of the options which is included within the report.
Yes, thank you. I'll just make comments that I'll be supporting this. This report has been back and forwards numerous times and indeed through numerous councils. And I'm keen to see an end to that bouncing back and just simply endorse what's before us today. Last time around, we requested the administration to send it back to the administration for a further revision. That's been done. If there was a view to basically not endorse it, that might have been better expressed at the time to save a lot of time and effort. I do appreciate the work that's done by the city and encourage elected members to endorse what's before us. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pizzey.
Thank you. A majority of people surveyed outcomes was for positive mitigating measures that could be fulfilled locally, like increasing biodiversity, conservation of bushlands and natural spaces, and increasing the city's energy efficiency and using renewable energy devices on City of Joondalup buildings. As a local government, we do not have to set costly emission targets that will not have any tangible benefit at a local level on our environment or climate. I do not believe achieving net zero targets will achieve any tangible benefits to our environment or climate outcomes, as the corporate target suggests. Table 5 and 6 still has purchasing offsets from renewable energies as a mitigating method. I do not agree with there is evidence that suggests that renewable energies can in fact, that suggests this, and that renewable energies can in fact damage the environment that it is trying to save and cost the ratepayer a lot of money for that privilege. I think the city could do more to protect areas of habitat for our native endangered species like the Carnaby cockatoos, and a focus should be less on offsetting carbon but protecting our natural areas that we have left. Having climate performance measures that are targeting greenhouse gas emissions and not measuring the increased biodiversity or natural area protection, I think is a lost opportunity to change the climate focus of this plan to completely local focus that will have tangible benefits to our local livable environment. I do understand though and appreciate that the city has done a lot of work on this plan, and I also appreciate that they have listened and implemented many of council's requests, including mine, but I cannot support it as it stands.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I like to support the plan. I acknowledge the comments made by Councillor Vincilio, and in doing so also acknowledge the comments made by Mr Dickey and Mrs Crawford, because we need to start somewhere. And as Councillor Vincilio said, if you have a plan, it can be tweaked over time, so we need to take that in cognizance that we need to do it. And also your comments, Mr Mayor, that we have a legal obligation under the Local Government Act, and that was reinforced by Director Parry, that we would be ultra vires to the Act if we didn't actually prepare a plan. So it has my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. I'll first deal with some concerns that I've got with some of the other elected members' comments. Actually, no, first with the plan. The plan itself, what concerns me about it is it does include these targets, but it doesn't actually include any meaningful way towards them. Now that the council is no longer supporting the natural power program through Synergy, it doesn't seem to me that either a net reduction of 80% of emissions by 2030, 2031, or net zero by 2050 are likely then to be achieved. So at the moment it appears that we've got a plan that sets these targets, the targets that at the same time I'm not sure exactly how, given the scope of the plan, that those targets then are meaningful, or those targets would be reached. So to me, when I evaluate this without looking either way on what to do with the plan, if we start assessing, as some people have, about the merits of climate change, to me at the moment we've got a plan that doesn't really work on its own terms. So I'm actually of the mind of not supporting it and then it coming back in the corporate business plan in a way of trying to scope out ways to make it work. Or if the council wants to remove the targets, as other people say, then that's the other direction as well. But looking at some of the costs, and people said about the costs of the plan, and the sections in the agenda relating to that, most of those, when you actually go to the back of the plan, and again, putting aside how people feel about climate change in the project descriptions, we've got the char map, so it's addressing the erosion on the coast down near the Dog Beach, which is eroding. We've got asset management. We've got a renewable energy plan about looking at putting PV cells on city buildings, looking at installing solar hot water systems on city buildings, better efficient fleet management, the street lighting program, about changing over to LEDs, the bike plans promoting bike use, public open spaces, so the Waterwise Council Action Plan, park revitalisation, the urban planting program, the natural area management programs, helping also manage the regional park with the integrated catchment plans, managing bushfire risk in drying climates, and of course looking at local government waste and other ways of having more environmentally friendly office programs as well, and looking at strategic partnerships. So the programs that are actually in the plan, even if somebody says they don't want to agree with climate change, are not actually offensive to that position. So there's many things in the plan that I think we could try and come to a compromise on if we tried to look at this without looking through the lens of saying, well, is climate change happening or not? Is there a way that we can look at just through the lens of efficiency, saying if we can reduce the amount of electricity we use, if we can reduce our environmental impacts, and that's a positive thing, and some of that can be done as looking at that through the lens of cost-saving measures. So I'm not entirely sure of saying, well, if the Act of saying that there shouldn't be some sort of plan, the Act now imposes it upon us. It's about saying, given that constraint, and of course everyone has different opinions, where can we find some sort of compromise amongst all of that? But when I look at this, I see we've got a plan that has targets that if these projects in the plan are actioned, yeah, those targets are not going to happen. So to me, it's a plan that just on the face of it, it doesn't work. So I'm not of the mind to say, well, we should approve something that doesn't work. It did work when there was the natural power in it, and of course, I had concerns about how that was being done and the natural power program as a whole. But to me, I just think maybe a different approach needs to be done. And I am quite wary of saying, well, it's got to come back in a different form because it's gone back so many times. But also at the same time, it seems that elected members say, well, they don't want targets. And then that was one of the reasons I remember from the last discussion about it being referred back. And then at the strategy session, the agenda says that there wasn't commentary about targets. So I'm just sort of left thinking, well, yeah, where exactly do you go with this? A plan that, on the face of it, with what's in it, doesn't work, and projects which are in themselves, you know, actually positive ones that don't really relate to whether you have a climate opinion or not. So I know there's been a lot of talk about the costs. Some of those costs actually all relate to those projects that I read out earlier. So I just see that maybe the lens through which this is all being looked at is probably not the right one. Maybe it needs to be looked at efficiency and seeing if there's other ways.
Thank you, Councillor Kingston.
Yep, thank you.
Further comments? Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm inclined to think along the lines of Councillor Vinciulo and Fishwick. That is not to sit on our own hands and expect others to do all the hard work to mitigate the reduction of CO2. And I see the document simply as a template to guide any actions we may undertake out to 2031. And that's not to say that we shouldn't revisit the document regularly and improve strategies as needed. It would be foolish to set unreasonable targets, but what we can do is undertake most of the strategies we're undertaking at the moment within financial constraints. And I hear the argument coming from other councillors about putting an impost on ratepayers. I think it is necessary to do things that may be costly for ratepayers, but I think we need to find ourselves on the right side of history in this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Hutton, do you wish to close? Councillor Hamilton Prime, sorry, I was looking at the screen before me. Councillor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to concur the commentary from Councillor Chester. I think it's very timely and you have to have a starting point to start somewhere. I'd also like to thank the hard work of the city officers, particularly Ms Macario. It's fantastic, and obviously there's been a process, but I think we have arrived at a point and I think we need to move forward on that point.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. Just briefly in conclusion, obviously, I guess there's been a variety of opinions put, both in favour of the current plan and against the current plan. I don't think anyone has said the plan's perfect. People obviously have different opinions on different aspects of the plan and what should and shouldn't be included. I do take on board the comments made by the Mayor around us having to give regard, basically, and plan for climate change. I would, however, I guess just make the point that it doesn't necessarily mean we have to have a plan. We have to give consideration for it throughout the decisions that we're making, and I think there's other ways we can do that. Councillor Kingston does make some very valid points, and again, one of my primary concerns is that the plan has these targets. It doesn't explicitly have mechanisms that would actually achieve those targets. And as I have already outlined, there are some projects such as the planting of trees, which don't count, even though they should count, but they don't. Now, my big concern, therefore, is that if we have the targets and we have some mechanisms that will not reach the targets, then the solution to bridge the gap is basically to throw a lot of money at it. And I would like us to make those decisions on a case-by-case basis, come back to it. Obviously, there is the option to, revise the plan. I guess I'm certain on not accepting the plan as it currently is, if there's an appetite for it to come round to council. But as I say, we either are going to have to put more measures in there, or we're going to have to remove the targets. Those are the options. But as I say, for now, I'm happy to basically, as I kind of foreshadowed, to go with the third option, which is in the report, which is basically to not accept the report. And if we want to come back to it later, we can do it. It's all good and well to say we'll accept it and then we'll review it regularly. I think in practice, given it's a 2025, 2035 plan, I don't think there's going to be much appetite from the council or from the administration to be reviewing it too regularly. It's a 10-year plan. So yes, as I say, I think there's many concerns. It's therefore I don't think we should accept it. And then we then have the two options. One is basically to make the changes that are desired, or my preferred option is we continue doing the great work we're doing in the environmental space, and we continue to plant more trees, we continue to transition lights to LEDs, we continue to look for the efficiency measures as Councillor Kingston has outlined. We do all those amazing things, but we don't create a situation where we're setting ourselves up from failure with the only option to achieve success being chucking a lot of money at it. And at the end of the day, I know there's a discussion about, is this a local government issue? I accept that there is a role for local government to play in this, but however, when the tools are not readily available by the federal government, so for example, nuclear energy isn't allowed, in my opinion, none of these targets are possible without nuclear energy. So if we don't have nuclear energy, how do we achieve it? So there are bigger questions there, and I think we take the power that comes from the grid, and if there is not a stable grid providing net zero power, then we can't just magically create it. So what do? We buy offsets from probably some foreign countries, and is it really achieving a better outcome? I don't know. I think it's questionable. So anyway, the crux of it is I don't support it as it is, and then we have the choice: do we revise it, or do we continue proceeding with the great work we're doing in absence of the plan and make decisions on a case-by-case basis? And I'm probably leaning towards that avenue.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next item of business is item 12.12, appointment of presiding and deputy presiding members to committees. Councillor Kingston.
Do we wish to go to Councillor Fishwick, who was 2 minutes earlier on his email?
Councillor Fishwick.
I'm happy to move the alternate that was circulated. I'm happy to read it out if you wish, Mr Mayor.
Please. I think as circulated is fine, unless you wish to go through it. If you move it, and then I'll look for a seconder. Councillor Kingston, happy to second. Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. In accordance with the Local Government Act, the committees will need to be re-established following the October elections, and in particular the Audit and Risk Committee and the appointment of presiding and deputy presiding members will also need to be appointed following the October election. So therefore, it makes common sense to make no changes now and maintain the status quo. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kingston. Further comments? I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and the item is carried. Next item is 12.14, which I've just withdrawn because it's an absolute majority. I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor May. I don't wish to speak to it at this time. Councillor May. Any further discussion? I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. Also item 12.15, the minor review of the 10-year strategic plan, also withdrawn as an absolute majority, which I will move. Seconded Councillor May. Any discussion? If not, I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. 12.16, Councillor Kingston.
Could I move the alternate which I previously circulated?
So moved, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Jones, did you wish to second or as Ward? Yep. Councillor Kingston.
This motion, all it does is it continues the same level of funding that was approved in previous years. The Heathridge Carols in the Park is one of the most well-attended events in the entirety of the city, and it's one of the events for when the city provides funding for it, it provides it, and it's one of the ones because there's 15,000 people that attend it, it gets amongst the best value for its money. So that's $1.33 per person attending, so it's very good value for the city to sponsor. It's been going for decades at this time. It's very well attended, and I'd encourage everyone to support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Thank you. Further comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. A question, if I may, through you, Mr. Mayor. Can I please request confirmation that the corporate sponsorship application submitted is deemed to be compliant and that the recommendation made by the administration is in accordance with the city's transparent and publicly available framework? Thank you.
Director.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it is compliant with the guidelines and the sponsorship policy, and that is what the sponsorship application has been assessed against.
Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. In that case, with that answer, I'm very clear on supporting the officer's recommendation rather than the alternate. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Kingston, did you wish to close?
Just to say, it's one of the best events which the city contributes to, and of course 20,000 is an appropriate way to support it and is consistent with previous years, so I'd encourage everyone to support the motion.
Thank you. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. 12.19, Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Could I get the alternate which I had circulated?
So moved. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. I am proposing not to approve any sponsorship amount for the Northshore Community Hub. There's been a fair amount of discussion about this. Is that, I'm just getting the paperwork in front of me for this one, is that overall, looking at the three events on their own terms, is that first, looking at the Christmas Carols event, is that that event itself runs at a profit without any of the city's sponsorship. So just looking at that element, that's at the balance sheet, which was provided with the application itself. It's not my opinion, that's the opinion of the Northshore Community Hub. So then we move on to, and I think it's also worth focusing on one other aspect of that, is that the balance sheet is on page 590 of the attachments for tonight's meeting. Moving then on to the New Year's event itself, is that in previous years this has been funded by small tickets to the event, and I think that this can be funded in a similar way. And then also looking at the Australia Day event as well, is that the largest cost item for the Australia Day event is T-shirts and hats at $8,500, and then followed by that is a welcome to country for $1,500. Without spending $8,500 on T-shirts and hats, and that other element is that once again that event does break even, and it actually returns a profit of nearly $1,000. So are these events that the city does need to consider funding and the council needs to consider funding? I don't think so. And then when we look more deeply at the events themselves, so first of all the Christmas event, again the application from the Community Hub says that the tickets will be sold on a basis to members first. The members receive discounts, the public don't receive discounts. The application also goes on to say that the purpose of selling the tickets to members at a discount first, before the public, is to encourage people to buy a membership with the country club. The profits from those memberships are not included in the balances for the budgets that we've received, and those are additional income which the community hub would also be receiving. So also these tickets that will be sold to members first, I think in previous years they said there was an 80% uptake for the Christmas event. In other words, that the tickets themselves will be sold mostly to members on a preferential basis. And that's, again, not my opinion, that's the opinion of the application itself. And then moving on and assessing the application against the different criteria, which is in the corporate sponsorship program. One of the things that it said was that one of the things that it's to be assessed again is, does the activity attract visitors from outside the region? But then reading the application and looking at the members, as we heard tonight, that only 9% of the members of the community hub are outside of the district. They've said that yes, that they expect this will be that this will be attracting visitors from outside of the district. And through this will be done through the JSO's brand, which of course it does have a brand which does reach outside of the city. But the JSO event is the ticketed event where the tickets are sold to the members of the community hub on a preferential basis. So I think it's hard then to say, yes, it brings in people from outside when the tickets go to people from inside the district. And then looking on to say where it's said about economic activation, again, in the application itself, it goes on to say that the event was expected to significantly increase foot traffic in Joondalup. And again, where does it say this? It says, referring to the application on page 585 of the attachments, it says that this foot traffic will be in Hillary's Boat Harbour, Whitford City and Mullaloo, presuming the Mullaloo shops. So if the foot traffic's in those locations, how are they at the event? It's just not, in my opinion, it's not plausible. And then we look at some of the other claims that are, or statements that are made. It says here that the event itself will support hundreds of community organisations, groups and clubs. And this was also raised at the briefing session. Who are these 100 community events, community groups and clubs? Can I have an extension, please?
So, seeking an extension, do I have a second over that? Seconded to Councillor O'Neill. By show of hands, those in favour? Those against? I don't believe so, Councillor Kingston. But you still have 10 seconds.
Oh, that's all right. I'll stop there, but I'll respond to all comments.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill, a seconder.
Reserve my right.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you, through you. Firstly, I'd like to thank the President of Northshore, Len Collier, for his words this evening. I will not be supporting this alternate motion. The email I circulated today addressed most of what we've heard thus far. Let me start by being very clear. Northshore is not a private profit-making club. It is a registered not-for-profit community organisation, now formally known as the Northshore Community Hub Incorporated. This name change reflects its mission for nearly a decade to serve the wider Joondalup community, not just its members. Membership is open to all. It is accessible, with social memberships starting from just $8.33 per month. That's well below what's charged by other local facilities. And notably, over 75% of members live within the city of Joondalup. The alternate motion, you could argue, implies that the events proposed, particularly the Christmas carols, New Year's Eve and Australia Day, are exclusively or commercially driven. This is simply not accurate. Australia Day and New Year's Eve are entirely free community events.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Councillor Kingston.
It was asserted that the alternate insinuates that these were, at least my comments as well, that the alternate insinuates that these events were for profit, which is not something I've asserted through any of the course of these discussions.
I did recall you said that they made money.
It's different. That's different from profit in terms of whether it's a profit or not-for-profit association.
Okay, but are you seeking a personal explanation, or are you seeking to debate across the chamber?
It's an adverse reflection. It's an adverse reflection to try and insinuate that
I don't think it's an
I'm
adverse,
asserting that this club and activities are for profit-making purposes and a commercial profit-making purpose, and that's where the assertion went.
I don't see how it's a reflection adversely on your character
It's a
I
reflection
don't see
on
how it's a
motives.
reflection on your actions.
It's
a
because
point
I
of
moved the alternate.
Sorry?
I moved the alternate, and he says Councillor
I don't see
has.
I don't see that point of order. I mean, by all means, you'll get a chance to clarify your point.
Could I have a personal explanation then?
If you require one after you close debate, but I don't have to give it now. I'm going to go to Councillor Vinciulo. Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you. Australia Day and New Year's Eve are entirely free community events. The Carols by Candlelight, run in partnership with the Joondalup Symphony Orchestra, has a modest $11 adult ticket price only to help cover running costs and manage attendance safely. These events are consistent with the city's corporate sponsorship program objectives, which include supporting local organisations, enhancing wellbeing, attracting visitors and delivering a return on investment through positive brand exposure. And the city's administration agrees, recommending $8,000 of support, not the full amount requested, is in line with the city's sponsorship assessment matrix. Let's be honest about the value here. The organisation isn't just putting on events, it's building community. It's creating space for connection, wellness, culture and participation. Through partnerships with local fitness providers like Fit Sports WA and Open Air Fitness, cultural partners like JSO and Markets by the Sea, and many small businesses, artists, musicians and food vendors, Northshore directly supports our local economy and community fabric. It's not theoretical, it's real. Their events bring in families, promote well-being, support local enterprise and reflect the values outlined in our strategic community plan, especially our goals to foster inclusivity, community connection and vibrant local experiences. Denying this sponsorship would not only ignore those contributions, but it would also send a discouraging message to every grassroots group working hard to make Joondalup more connected, more inclusive and more vibrant. I ask my fellow councillors to simply look at the facts. I ask you to support a not-for-profit group that has already been endorsed by Lottery West and the state government. I'd encourage members, the gallery and any resident in the city of Joondalup and its surrounds to actually visit Northshore Community Hub and speak with the volunteers, partners and families who rely on its facilities and programs. I'm confident you'll see this as a vibrant, inclusive and community-driven organisation deserving of support. I ask you all to approve sponsorship for the Northshore Community Hub. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. A question, if I may, through you, Mr Mayor. Can I please request confirmation that the corporate sponsorship application submitted is deemed to be compliant and that the recommendation made by the administration is in accordance with the city's transparent and publicly available framework? Thank you.
Director Parry.
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, I can confirm that the report that is in front of you has been assessed in accordance with the sponsorship policy and its guidelines, and an appropriate amount has been assessed and valued at $8,000. However, the quantum of any budget decision in relation to sponsorship is at the discretion of the council.
Thank you for that response. I have no hesitation in supporting the officer's recommendation and therefore not supporting this alternative. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor, and I thank Councillor Vinciulo for his very succinct comments, which I completely concur with. I also have quite a long experience with Northshore, having been a former committee member for a number of years, and also having grown up in Callaroo and seen the club evolve from over many years. I can assure, I know in some corners I wouldn't even use the word community, but in some corners, individuals who've never stepped foot in the club or know anyone who is been on a committee or members of a club call it an exclusive members club, and then I hear that the club makes a profit and it's like a company with shareholders and everyone's getting rich off the events. And there's a lot of misinformation around what's going on here. It's simply a community event. They welcome people from all walks of life, from real estate agents to politicians, right up to people who are well trusted like doctors and nurses and firefighters. It's a great organisation, and many friendships I've made personally and others have made there and found connection there. It encourages fitness, it's passed through the city's criteria to be eligible for funding, but because a very small group have taken issue for some reason with this particular club, therefore there seems to be some problems around having any support from council around it. I'd also like to point out that the club, because it's on its own property, which is open for the public any time, the grounds are open, the playground's open, they actually do pay rates, significantly more than the amount that's being suggested to be provided to the club per year. So it's a non-for-profit, they pay rates, they don't get an exemption from paying rates, they pay for their own rubbish disposal, they pay for the maintenance of the tennis courts, for grounds. So I reject any notion that it's a exclusive members club that is, you know, only for posh people and they want a free handout from the city. It's just completely false. So I encourage councillors to reject this alternate. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor May. Councillor Fishwick.
Oh, thank you, Mr Mayor. I'm sort of struggling tonight with a bit of head issues and throat issues, but just to refresh my memory, is there a foreshadowed motion on the table as well?
Not at this time, no.
Okay. I'd like to foreshadow a motion of the officer's recommendation. In doing so, I'm always happy to support well-organised community events that are run by not-for-profit organisations that stimulate our communities and bring them together. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor O'Neill, a seconder.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. The community stuff is all great, you know, it's wonderful that there's community places around there. The particular issue that I took with this is that they're asking for the City of Joondalup to sponsor them for $8,000, and yet then the tickets that were to be sold, there is a discount applicable for members, and yet non-members pay a higher rate. I just don't see the synergy there with them asking that from us, from the city, and then offering two set rates, one for them and one for other ratepayers, and that's why I took a particular issue to this, and that's it. So I encourage you to consider this alternate, and maybe next year they come back and say, let's hope everyone gets the same ticket price.
Thank you. Further comments? Question, Councillor Vinciulo? Further comments? Councillor Kingston, do you wish to close?
Yes, I will. I'll first address the assertions that this motion suggests that from Councillor Vinciulo, that this alternate suggests that the Northshore Country Club, as it's written in the report, now called the Community Hub, is a suggestion that it's a for-profit association. That's untrue. I've never asserted that.
Points of order, Mr Mayor.
Councillor May?
Councillor Kingston used the word profit about 12 times during his first statement.
I've never asserted it's a for-profit commercial entity like a corporation.
Councillor Kingston, please continue to close. No, please continue. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. The assertions I've made about the association come directly from their application, and the email circulated from Councillor Vinciulo does not address them. The application itself says these events will support 100 community groups, not the general functions of the Community Hub, these 3 events. Now, who are they? We've asked the club. The city has written to them. The club did not respond and say who those 100 were. Instead, the response listed those people who support the club. It has still not been stated. It says that these events are going to be significantly increasing foot traffic in Joondalup. They're not my words. They're the words of the Community Hub. So who's saying these things? Who is saying these things? Who is saying that these are going to be increasing foot traffic outside of the Northshore Community Hub? How is all this happening? Obviously, the application in front of us doesn't make sense. So if it doesn't make sense, why should we approve it on its merits? Councillor Vinciulo as well says, you know, it's only a couple of dollars a month. It's $100 a year for a social membership. It's $250 for the sports memberships. And as well, Councillor Vinciulo's email, which he circulated to us, said that the events, if they...
I don't know if referring to his email is appropriate in closure and debate, Councillor.
He referred to his email when he addressed my comments. He said his email addressed all my opening comments, so I'm addressing his email. He can't use that as a defence against at least as an argument against my opening comment.
Yes, no,
And then I can't respond
Councillor
to it.
Kingston, I am going to rule. I don't think it's appropriate to go for a blow-by-blow of email points that weren't introduced into debate. People listening online will not have the benefit of any of those points that you're addressing. I think confine your comments specifically to debate points, please. Thank you, Councillor.
A point of order, please.
Point of order, Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, I just wish to clarify a point there. Councillor Kingston said that Councillor Ventura had said the cost was a couple of dollars a month and it's actually $100 a year. I recall distinctly Councillor Ventura said the cost was $8.33 per month, which by my calculation would equate to $100 a year. So that's exactly what he did say. So I just want to make sure that that's clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillors, and both sides of this debate have at different points used points of order to points on the agenda. I'm trying to keep us within the confines of how the meeting procedures go. So I will again ask Councillor Kingston to confine his closing comments to points that were specifically raised in debate, and I will also, on any future points of order, be a bit firmer on them and ask that they are specifically linked to an item and a specific, as in the meeting procedures, and also to a clause and to a specific comment. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Just to respond briefly, Councillor Vinciulo had asserted in his email that the revenue raised from the event would be reinvested into the country club, the community hub. So again, the assertion that these events are intending to make money has come directly from Councillor Vinciulo himself in his email, that's where if there's a revenue, that it will be reinvested into the community hub itself. So, and the assertions as well that these events...
Point of order.
Point of order, Councillor Vinciulo.
Yeah, adverse reflection, because that is paraphrasing. If you read it in its entirety, that paragraph, you'll notice that it references investment into community activations and events as well. And I'm going from memory, and he's got it in front of him.
May I respond?
No, you're not allowed to respond to that. It's up to me at this point.
It's not adverse.
It veers very closely to imputing a motive to a member. So it does, and that's where I've called up other councillors who paraphrase. Paraphrasing risks veering very closely to 7.142B, which is imputing a motive, because you are imputing upon them something that they did not intend to say. Potentially, I'm not saying that's what was happening here. So I would, again, caution you. I'm not going to specifically uphold this point of order, but I'd caution you in your comments.
Okay, thank you. Quoting directly then. The assertion that these events are financially successful without city funding overlooks the fact that any revenue raised is reinvested into community programs and infrastructure, so that's the building owned by the association, such as accessible outdoor spaces and facilitation of other free activities. So yes, it's reinvested into the club, as I said. So it was not, in my opinion, adverse, but I'm happy to talk to Councillor Vinciulo afterwards. And yes, the application does state that these, that the Christmas event, those tickets will be sold preferentially to the members. So how is the community, if we're funding this, going to access those tickets? Very few of them are going to be going to the community as a whole. So these assertions that, these events are widely accessible, the Christmas one's just not going to be. So we can have different opinions, but I've quoted what's in the application itself. I do have an issue with an application which says things that seem unlikely, like how are we going to have community activation over in these other locations outside of the hub? I didn't assert these things. The hub has asserted this. And again, no one will answer these questions. Who are these 100 clubs, community groups being benefited?
Again, Councillor Kingston, it feels like you're sort of straying into new material.
I raised the 100 community groups at the start.
Okay. If you can just pause for a second, can I just check with governance, because my clock is saying we are 2 minutes over time, but the timer is not. We are over time? Okay, we are over time.
Thank you.
And just for context, my clock has it as 2 minutes over time. So because I wasn't sure, I erred on the side of giving you more time. I will put this motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is not carried. I will go to Councillor Fishwick, who foreshadowed. I know the question that he's going to ask. I think given that you foreshadowed, it's better that you move, Councillor Fishwick, but I'll go to Councillor Vinciulo to second.
I move the foreshadowed motion, Mr Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo, do you wish to second?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Councillor Fishwick.
I support the foreshadowed motion that perhaps reiterates what Councillor Vinciulo spoke for in his opening address. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
I have nothing more to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Look, I won't be supporting this. As I said, we're supporting 3 events. The first one, the tickets are not going to be widely available. It's to the community. They're going to be going to the club members. The other events are not events that I think we need to be sponsoring by any stretch. I also have an issue with an application that is put in where sections of those applications seem unlikely to be plausibly true. I just don't understand how there can be foot traffic in locations where the events just aren't. And I'd hope somebody would explain that to me, but it just hasn't happened. I'd just like to see if someone could help me. That would be positive. Also, if somebody could assist me again, it's not my assertion, it's the assertion from the application itself, which was certified to be correct. Again, the community hub signed the application and certified it to be correct, that these events that's the events, not the general activities of the community hub itself. These events are going to support 100 community clubs and associations. Who are they? Really, who are they? This was asked at the briefing session. Who are these groups? And the community hub just didn't get back to us. They told us instead who the groups were which were sponsoring them, not the ones who were supported by the event. So who are these people? And it just seems to be hard, in my opinion, to say we should give $8,000 to a club who just doesn't answer straightforward questions, in my opinion at least. It's a straightforward question. If the assertion's in the application itself, it's a straightforward question to ask, who are they? And we're not getting answers. And again, it's straightforward to say, how is the foot traffic happening? But Councillor Vinciulo said, when I raised this in email to the council tonight, he said that most of those concerns I raised in that email had been addressed by his email. And that also was in the text of his email. But I'm still waiting for someone to try and tell me how this is going to significantly increase foot traffic. If somebody can help me, I would be very glad. And again, it also said that these events and things will be supporting hundreds of businesses, hundreds of local businesses. Again, who are they? Again, I asked these questions, I circulated these questions earlier, and I really am quite puzzled because I ask this not because I have asserted this, not because I've creatively come up with this, but because this is what the community hub has certified
Kingston, I am going
to be in there.
Councillor Kingston. Rule 7.7, 2A, the presiding member may at any time call to the attention of the meeting any irrelevant or repetitious marks by a member. We are well and truly in the territory of repetitious, and we have a long meeting ahead of us. You've made these points in your previous debate and in this debate now a number of times. Do you have new matters to include? Because I will call you on repetition at this point.
I will cease the repetition. Just don't know the answers to them. But I will say I do think...
Councillor?
Yeah?
New comments only, please. No more repetition. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologise. Yes, look, I don't actually have an issue with there being a community hub. I don't have an issue with it at all. The issue I have is I don't think these events should be funded. So as far as the objectives of the association, I have no problems with it having not-for-profit objectives. I've never asserted it was a for-profit entity. I have no concerns around that. But again, if somebody could just help me out and answer these questions in debate, I'd really appreciate it.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As just stated earlier, I don't have any problems with the club themselves. I don't have a problem with people coming to the city and the council for approval for funds on things like that. What I do have a problem with, as I stated earlier, is the two sets of payments, one for local members, one for their members. I believe that hopefully if they listen back to any of this, they maybe take that on board next year or in any future years if they do ask for some funding. Happy to support those people that are fair and equal to every resident in the city. I do take a bit of an issue with people offering two different sets of pricing for two different classes, as they would say, of people. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor May.
Thank you. I just want to address a few points. First of all, most clubs, be it a surf club, which surf clubs are often supported by the city, will have members' prices and non-members' prices for drinks they sell at the bar, for example. Same as sporting clubs and most other non-profit clubs. Really, I mean, the perks of having a membership is that you will get a slight discount on food and beverage. That's relatively common. I wouldn't say it's classism. It's much like you join a fitness club or a gym, and the membership, by the way, $100 a year or $250 a year for tennis, compared to a gym membership of around $1,000 a year. It's not a huge amount of money. I don't know who every single group that may be supported by the events being held. I imagine there'll be several flow-on effects to businesses that supply hospitality, musical. You know, the people who set up the musical stuff and the speakers and the audio visual and so on. I don't know the names of those businesses. I haven't been on the committee for quite a while, but I would say it's more than just the cafe and the personal training provider that operates out of the club's premises as well. So personally, I probably wouldn't have used 100 unless I had a list of entities that I could back up, but yeah, it would definitely be more than 3 or 4 that were mentioned in an email that was circulated a couple of weeks ago. Anyway, I encourage ex-members to support the motion, and I'll try and get down to the event. I try and go down there quite often. A lot of families from all around the city, and I've actually met a lot of people who go with friends who live outside of the city, and they actually go to Hillary's Marina for lunch beforehand, or go to Mullaloo Beach beforehand because it's summer, and then they'll come to the club. So there is foot traffic that happens around the area. It is along the city's coastal strip, which has a lot of attractions. So to say that people will only go there and won't actually happen to go to the marina or to Mullaloo Beach or to Mullaloo Beach Hotel is I think that's quite reasonable to expect. There was one New Year's Eve event where people were heading off to the Mullaloo Beach Hotel after the earlier New Year's Eve events at Northshore. So people will often go to more than one location in an evening. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Hutton.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, just a couple of quick points. I will be supporting the current motion before us, but having said that, I do accept there are probably some concerns with some of the wording used in the application. I think in future it would be good in instances like this if the city were to pick that up to maybe request the applicant resubmit the application and consider the comments that have been made. I guess disregarding some of the comments that have been made that are questionable, I still think the rest of the application still does stack up to meet the requirement as per the matrix that exists. I'm someone who has long, I guess, advocated that some of our matrices around sponsorship, community grants and the like do need to be reviewed. I think some of the categorizations are too broad, particularly when it comes to the number of attendees at events. The this evening we've saw a different dollar cost per event of substantially varying. So I do think we need to tidy that up. But as a councillor, I can only make my decision based on the current system that does exist. And on a final note, and I guess the thing that does kind of get me across the line is I do remind myself, this is an organisation run by volunteers who are trying to navigate what is a bureaucratic process. Before I was on council, I wouldn't have been one to have the patience to deal with these types of processes. These people have dealt with them, they've done it to the best of their ability. Yes, potentially they have been a little bit too excited when they've quoted some of the reference points and numbers. I think we should go back to the applicant and remind them of that. So yes, I do support it, but that's not saying I don't have some concerns with some of the amounts that were referenced. But hopefully the organisation can aspire to have a positive impact with over 100 local organisations and businesses. Maybe that's a stretch goal. And hopefully by next year, if they reapply, I will be asking the question of can they provide the proof from the previous year, but maybe they'll review that number downward slightly. But yes, based on the information I'm certain to be true, I'm happy to accept this. And let's keep in mind this is a volunteer organisation that's doing good work, and it is sponsorship after all. We are getting something out of it as the city. We're getting name ID and recognition, and we're helping support a fabulous event and a great organisation.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Fishwick, do you wish to close? Put that motion then and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next item is 12.23, which I have withdrawn, the 5-year capital works program. I propose to move the alternate recommendation which was distributed as per the Director of Infrastructure Services proposal, which is essentially essentially the same as the officer's original recommendation, but the officers have recommended a third point that we note that the affordability of years 2 to 5 of the capital works program will be assessed annually as part of the budget development process. The only change here from the agenda recommendation is just making clear that, we're not endorsing, we're not making a final decision on years 2 and 5, we're just noting them at this time, and as you all know through budget sessions, they can change as you work through those years. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded, Deputy Mayor, thank you. Probably spent a bit long, just in some opening comments, a bit long explaining the motion change itself, but that was just to navigate people through the alternate recommendation. Council, it's been a big night. I don't want to speak to this too long, other than to say it is an impressive capital works program. I do encourage you to support it. There is always going to be more work to be done, and residents will often suggest items that they think should also be done, and ideally in time we'll be improving all parts of the city, but there are a number of very, very important projects in this capital works program for the coming year. Far more ambitious than the early years when I started in this place, and some pretty exciting projects as well. We'll talk more about it at the budget, but I do commend this capital works program to the council. Deputy Mayor.
Reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. I won't be supporting this year's capital works program. There are some good elements that I support. I support the inclusion, of course, the Heathridge Park upgrade and many of the elements in that. And of course, there's much routine maintenance around the city, which can be supported, and I think is very positive. It's that each year when we go through the process, through the budget workshops and the ward meetings themselves, I find it very hard to identify across the city a priority basis for the different categories of capital works. I know the directors at the sessions gives a good presentation, but for me, I've always found it difficult to understand why particular things end up in, why things end up out, and the priorities and around that. To me, I would like to see more transparency around the different asset categories themselves and the priority matrices that the city has, and how those matrices are developed and how those prioritisations then have selections made from them and then into the capital works program themselves. As far as one particular item which I have not supported for a number of years now is the Northshore Avenue, Northshore Drive upgrade. Yes, as I've always acknowledged, there was a fatality on the road. However, the fatality did not relate to the road layout, and I think that's also representative of how the driver involved was charged in the matter as well. That the fatality did not relate to the road layout itself, and I've always questioned the seeking of federal black spot funding for it, and the also contribution of municipal funding for that project. I don't support it. I think that as far as road risks are concerned, it's a road which has lowered risks, and I think that's easily demonstrable. When you look at the state road list, as far as all crash rankings, it's ranked number 3,400. You know, when we look at the casualty crashes, it's about 1,990. So when you rank it then as far as intersections, as far as Northshore Drive, Northshore Avenue, it's then ranked about 100 in the city as far as most dangerous intersection. And then there's about 50 to 100 intersections that sort of rank equally at that rank as well. So all this money and upgrades in that section, I just feel it's putting money into an area that's a safer area rather than a more dangerous area. When we look at surveys done by the insurance company Amy, the most dangerous road in the city is Joondalup Drive. And it ranks as the 5th most dangerous road in WA, they say. And then as far as when we look at the RAC list, we start to look at intersections of state roads and local roads, which is Seacrest Drive. But also there's other local roads that are local and local road intersections that are more dangerous than Northshore Drive, Northshore Avenue. So I just really don't see this as a priority. I understand there was a fatality, but I just don't understand how this one has become such a priority to spend.
Point of order. Is this adverse reflection on council decisions?
It's not.
The exception to an adverse, it is, yes, but the exception to an adverse reflection is on a substantive motion, so we're debating it substantively at the moment. So it falls under the exception at this time. Yeah, Councillor.
Yes, I think to touch on that point as well, this Capital Works program and the 5 years is all about funding it over the next 5 years. And of course, you can see all those funding stages in there, and that's principally what I object to. As I said, I objected at the start of this process, and now that it's in there, it's just really not something I can support. And it's 3.4 million, about 2 million of federal black spot funding, 1.4 of municipal funding that all goes into it. I just think there's better ways to make our roads safer. I just don't see it as a large priority. Northshore Drive, Northshore Avenue, that intersection, I think there's been 3 crashes over 4 years. No fatalities at that intersection. We're putting in a roundabout. There's other intersections which have more dangerous characteristics about them. And as I said, the fatality, again, it was very tragic, but it didn't relate to the road layout. So I just have a lot of concerns about it, but there's...
Point of order, repetition.
Upheld. I'll just draw Councillor Kingston to a close. Councillor.
Yes, I just, again, closing in summary to say that, yes, Northshore Drive, Northshore Avenue, it's just not something I can support, but there's good things that are in the Capital Works program.
Thank you. Further comments, Council? Councillor Jester.
Yeah, a question to the Director of Infrastructure. I wonder if the Director could answer the following question. Does he feel that he's provided enough rationale for the prioritisation of capital works? I'm absolutely sure if one was to ask him, he would provide the information. I do not understand why Councillor Kingston hasn't just simply asked for the required information.
Thank you. Further comments?
It wasn't a rhetorical question.
Sorry, the Director Klassen. My apologies, Councillor Chester.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, as you've indicated, Councillor Chester, we go through the budget development process, through the budget workshops, the ward meetings, and we discuss the prioritisation of specific projects regarding any projects during that process. We provide, in some instances where requested, we provide a prioritisation matrix where available to elected members for consideration.
further comments? Deputy Mayor.
Yes, thank you. Question, if I may, just referring to the road project that Councillor Kingston referred to, could I just ask the Director to confirm which technical experts have provided input into assessment of the risk of that project prior to allocation of fundings? I assume the City has technical experts. Were there any external experts also contributed to that? Thank you.
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, the City's staff provided the application that's been assessed by Made Roads and the Federal Black Spot Authority, so that's been assessed by them and found that the application complies with that. What happens through the process is that you don't submit your project for Federal Black Spot funding, you submit your project for Black Spot funding, and based on the assessments undertaken by Main Roads, they then recommend that for either state black spot funding, where you get 2/3 of the funding, or federal black spot funding, where you get 100% of the funding. The benchmark for the federal black spot funding is obviously higher than that for the state black spot funding.
Thank you. It's good to know the level of scrutiny that's been applied prior to allocation of funding for that project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Vinciulo.
Yes, through you. Just to the City, I just want to confirm this is fully funded by federal black spot funding, correct?
Director.
Through Mr. Mayor, the federal black spot funding is approximately 1.95 million, which includes the roundabout and boulevard treatment. That's the roundabout at the intersection of Northshore Drive and Northshore Avenue. It includes the right turn pocket into the beach car park and extends a little bit south of that to fill in the gap between south of that car park to the Whitfords Ave intersection. The project consists of $1.4 million municipal funding to fill in that gap, and that's part of the overall project budget.
So in general, Northshore Drive is fully funded by black spot funding.
Director.
The intersection at Northshore Drive, Northshore Ave, the roundabout is fully funded by black spot funding. Yes, I can confirm that.
Councillor Vinciulo.
Thank you.
Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Hill, Deputy Mayor, for the previous question, which I was going to ask. Can I confirm, just to refresh my memory, Walter Padbury Boulevard roundabout, was that identified as a high fatality intersection when that was proposed?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I can't recall the crash analysis and data on Walter Padbury Boulevard. However, the proposal there was an election commitment from the state government for the improvements to that intersection, and the intersection at Glengarry Hebburn Ave. You might recall Council considered a report following modelling undertaken by Main Roads in terms of how those two intersections will work together, and the funding that then was confirmed via an election commitment.
Thank you. Can I just seek clarification with the federal black spot funding and the assessment of the of roads, whether is it simply vehicle crash numbers that are taken into account, or is it also pedestrian safety, having the ability for people to safely cross the road through two directions of traffic, etc.? Or is it just simply vehicle crashes and that's it?
Director?
Through Mr. Mayor, there's a number of factors taken into consideration, either through a benefit cost ratio calculated or through a road safety audit calculating the benefits that a project would bring to a specific location.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to close, I support the 12.23, and hopefully everyone does support it. In terms of the specific road that's been singled out a few times by Councillor Kingston, as well as one or two people outside of the council. I very much look forward to it being completed and people being able to safely cross the road to access the beach and the principal shared path. And in terms of the fatality, if there was a slip lane to turn into the car park, it's very unlikely the car would have veered across the road, because there would have been a median between where they veered across the road and hit a cyclist from the footage I've seen, but I'm not a crash expert and I don't pretend to know more than the people at the Federal Black Spot Funding Program or road engineers, so I'll leave that to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kingston, are you asking a question?
Yeah, it's a question. The first one is just, can we confirm that the Northshore project is not wholly funded by the Black Spot funding?
Director Klassen.
Through Mr. Mayor, as I've explained, the federal Black Spot funding is for the Northshore Drive, Northshore Ave roundabout, the right turn pocket into the car park and the boulevard treatment for the section of road from about, I would say, 50, 60 metres north of the new proposed roundabout to south of the beach car park. That's funded 100% by Black Spot. The remainder of that project is to not have a project in the middle which has got a boulevard treatment to fill in and provide a boulevard treatment from the Black Spot project to Woodfords Ave, and that's estimated at $1.4 million. So overall, the project is around $3.3, $3.4 million.
Thank you. Further question?
Yes, so it's correct to say it's not fully funded by the Black Spot funding. There is the 1.4 million from municipal funds.
I'm going to go, I've allowed you to make your point through question. That one's repetition. Further question? Councillor Kingston?
No, I'll leave it there for tonight.
Thank you. If no further comments, I don't wish to close. I'll put the motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. Next item of business is item 14.5, the proposal for levying differential rates for the 25-26 financial year. I'm happy to move. Do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconded, Councillor May. Thank you. I don't wish to speak to this too long other than to say, look, it's always difficult to consider a rating decision. Even though this is actually a motion about the levying of differential rates, it tends to become much more about what the rate in the dollar is. If passed, this will be one of, if not the lowest rate in the dollar in WA out of 139 councils. So that speaks to 20 years of good financial management for this city. While there's always friction in the moment, I expect that and I accept that. But if you look at the city's pattern over the past 20 years, our rate in the dollar is far lower than it has been at different times that I've been here at the city, and now is amongst, if not the lowest rate in the dollar in the state, which is something that we can be proud of as a city in the context of, in this past financial year, other financial milestones which we've hit. I will touch very briefly on the importance of differential rates. I understand some concerns around vacant property, particularly vacant residential property, but the main reason that I support differential rates is if you look at our larger commercial landholders in particular, and two of those pay us more than $4 million a year. They are large multinationals. Those two, along with a couple of other very large, actually, one of those is now probably in excess of $6 million if I think about their full rate burden. So 10% of our rate take alone is probably two large multinationals for whom it is a tax-deductible contribution. I'm very comfortable with levying differential rates on commercial and industrial property, remembering again that pretty much all of those owners can offset it against their tax, where the standard residential owner-occupier cannot do that. So that difference alone makes it very much in their interest and in our interest to do it this way. So I commend the motion to the council. Councillor May.
I reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Chester.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. As it is my tradition to object to differential rating, particularly on residential property, I believe there is a whole range of reasons why people are holding residential property vacant, but I feel it's their right to do so. And for the city to induce development on that land could be construed as a type of social engineering. I don't think that's our role as a council. So once again, I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Kingston.
I won't be supporting the rate rise of 3.95%. I don't support different sections that are in the budget, and of course the rates are determined looking at the shortfall of what is expressed in the budget. So I don't support the budget, and so I guess I don't support the 3.95% rate increase. There's elements of the budget I support. There's also elements I don't support, but I'll come to that on the budget item. So no, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I won't be supportive of this, obviously. Councillor Chester obviously summed it up very well. There is people that hold on to that land, and we don't know their situation. We don't know what they're doing with it, and it seems almost like a penalising system. So I won't be supporting of it.
Thank you. Councillor May.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We do go over this every year with a differential rating argument, and I can see both sides of the argument when it comes to residential vacant. I did raise previously, I think we should consider residential improved once development has started on a lot. So given the building times now, to penalise people because builders take so long to get a house built, I would support. In terms of social engineering, I've never been one for the nanny state, but most things government does is a form of social engineering. We encourage people to be active. That's why we have sporting facilities in parks. We encourage people to catch public transport. That's why we charge for parking in the CBD, because you've got limited parking spaces. Most things I can think of are a form of social engineering. When we have a housing crisis, I don't think it's a bad thing to encourage more houses to be built. So from that perspective, if people are just sitting on land for the sake of it, then they can pay a higher rate. I support that. But if people are in the process of trying to get a house built, then I understand, because I've been through it myself. Builders take a very, very long time to build a house now.
Thank you for the comments. Councillor Hutton, I did have you, yes.
Yeah, I just have a question. Obviously, there's been foreshadowing by some councillors that they will not be supporting this. I just wanted to check, is there therefore a need for an alternate to be on the agenda? Has an alternate been flagged? What is the process if this gets voted down, given no one's foreshadowed an alternate? Should that have happened? When would have been the right time? All of the above questions. What is the process and what should it have been?
Well, we're at the very end of June, and this one's taken several months to get to us, so I'm not aware that anyone's foreshadowed an alternate. This one is the proposal for levying of differential rates, more so than the setting of the rate specifically, although I acknowledge that forms part of it. Director Humphrey?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I've not been made aware of any alternate for this evening. Recalculating a rate model is not a simple task. It's not something I could do in the chamber tonight. If there was to be a request for one of the differential rates to revert to residential improved, I don't think that would be material in the particular residential vacant to revert to residential improved. I don't think that would be material in the scope of the budget, but it would result in a slight deficit in the tens of thousands, which could be addressed during the mid-year review. But it would be very difficult to recalculate rates here this evening. That's usually we would receive alternates a few days in advance to allow that calculation to occur.
Would there be a need to re-advertise as well, Director?
Through Mr Mayor, no. The city has advertised, so as long as what council adopts is not materially different, so usually on the upside would be considered materially different. So if we would look at a much larger rate increase, you would need to re-advertise, but a slightly smaller rate increase, there would be no need to re-advertise.
Thank you. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, sorry, and just to follow on from that, just in terms of next steps, timeline, if it is rejected, what are the next steps? Does a special meeting of council need to be held? Do we have time to address it at the next council meeting? What actually is the process, or are we just walking off a cliff?
Well, I would again say we're here at the night of the budget. There have been ward budget meetings, multiple budget meetings over months. So I think there is an element of walking off a cliff if we choose not to, because nobody up until right now has flagged that. Yeah, what we would do going forward, we will have to work that out. I don't want to answer that off the cuff. Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, thank you. I guess that just feeds into my comment, and I wanted to check that before I made a comment. Obviously, I get there's difference of opinions. I am sympathetic to the point that Councillor May made around house constructions can take a long period of time. That's a particularly good idea. I've heard some other ideas. I don't know if I describe them as great, but I've heard other ideas. I don't think now is the time. I think the time was in the months leading up to now to have those discussions without an alternate before us, and the potential impost on the administration to redo this report, and the cost involved and the time when we have so many other priorities. I will be supporting the recommendation as currently is. But yes, obviously I would appreciate if others do have other ideas. I'd love to hear those ideas, because I'd love to explore them and see how they stack up and what impacts they have, and how we can make the city even greater. So yeah, I'll be supporting it as it is with the absence of an alternative.
Thank you. Further comments? Do you have a question, Councillor O'Neill? Question?
Yeah. Sorry, the question is to the city based on something that Councillor May brought to light there. If somebody has obviously signed a contract with the builder and is in the construction phases, is there implementation or something that the city can offer in terms of, like, because they've been delayed on their slab pour or something? Is there something that the city does with that, should that occur, which does occur these days, like waiting years and still, as Councillor May pointed out, possibly being penalised because their builder is not getting the job done?
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, no, the city's not able to. The valuation is provided by the Valuer General. We're not able to change the valuation status of a property. So there's two parts to raising rates. One is the rate in the dollar that council sets. The other is the value of the property, which is determined by the Valuer General. So we can't interfere with that. To provide some reassurance to council, though, the rental value of a vacant property is worked out using a formula. Obviously, you can't rent a vacant piece of land, so the Valuer General looks at 3% of the sale price of the vacant land itself. When we look at the properties, generally speaking, when a person moves into a completed home, their rates go up because the value of the property, 3% of the sale price of the property, is actually lower as a rental value than what they will get when the rating or the rental value is determined by the Valuer General. So it's very common that when a house is completed and people move in, their rates will actually increase by 3 or 4%.
Further comments? If not, I don't wish to close. I will put the motion and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. The next item is the draft budget. Council, it's obviously... sorry, I need to move first. Deputy Mayor, do you wish to second? Thank you. Seconded. Council, I'm conscious that it's late and I don't wish to speak too long on this, but while there is, as I said, always competitive tension around budget items, I really do want to say I think we can be proud of our budgeting over the years, and we can be proud of this budget if it does pass, and I do very much encourage you to pass it. As I said, the city paid down the last of its debt in the last budget. The city now has one of the lowest rates in the dollar in the state, and I also said the city has an ambitious capital works program that we are rolling out through our city. My guiding principle for local government budgets, and indeed everything that we do in local government, really has to come back to the value of the area. It really almost does boil down to the value of our suburbs, the homes in our suburbs, the properties that our ratepayers themselves have, and is what we are investing into helping to increase the value of our suburbs. If you look at this budget, some of the key projects are the Malanda Boulevard pedestrian footbridge. I think probably the number one issue that residents from Kingsley raised with me. Ongoing works for the Hepburn Ave, Walter Pabry and Lilburn Hepburn Ave intersection, the Duncraig Adventure Hub, which will open early in the new financial year, the Whitfords West Pump and Jump, the Hepburn Melander Roundabout, Prince Regent Park facility upgrade, something we spoke about in one of my first budgets here at the city, of course the Sorrento Surf Lifesaving Club redevelopment, and a range of other ambitious projects right across the city, work starting on the Burns Beach foreshore, hopefully in the coming weeks. So I really do commend this budget. It's a budget that we can take proudly to our community. There's something in here for everyone in our community. There's always going to be more that we can do, but I'm also proud to note that it's a responsible budget. While it is ambitious in what it seeks to do, it keeps us very much at the lowest end of local government impost on our ratepayers as well, and in that way it's a well-balanced budget. Mr Deputy Mayor.
I'll reserve my right, thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? Councillor Kingston.
Thank you. Again, as I said earlier, I will not be supporting the budget. I have a number of reasons for that, so I won't touch on the capital works elements, which we discussed earlier. But it comes down to, firstly, the budget process which occurs every year, where it seems to be looking at prior budgets, and this one here seems to have similar characteristics, where what is budgeted for is an operational deficit, and then through the mid-year review, it's then turned into an operational surplus, which then indicates to me that over previous years that there's been allocation for different budget line items, which are probably in excess of what would then be likely to be spent for that particular financial year. So to me, that seems to be something that happens in previous budgets. You can't say for certain until the mid-year whether this one's the case, but that does seem to be how budgets, at least from my observation, seem to be formed. I don't support the rate rise of 3.95%, mostly because that's funded through what is in the budget itself. So if we look at the changes to some of the larger line items, so the changes in employee costs, so for the budget 25-26, that's 84.6 million, so it's on page 57 of the addendum. And then, of course, last year's budget as amended, it was 77 million. So there's been a significant change between the two financial years. So it's budgeting another $7 million. Of course, at this stage, there's still the ongoing EBA, and it's hard to tell where that'll go and the provisions that have been made. And of course, noting that although the EBA discussions have been going on for 3 years, is that only in this last financial year was a provision made in the budget, which I think was roughly about 5 million at the mid-year budget review. At least from memory, that's what the figures were. So, of course, then there's the concern, well, at least the observation, that each year the budget itself is placed as a late item onto the agenda. It arrives usually on the Friday before the Tuesday council meeting. That's been the case, at least out of the last 4 years. It's been, most years have been that as well, and I think it'd be good in future years if we can try and aim to, as I've suggested multiple times, having the budgets available publicly so that they can come to briefing sessions, or to have them advertised publicly with the differential rates proposal. In other local governments, there's more of an openness about the budget process, and there's more of a community discussion about what's in and out. And for example, for a number of local governments, they even host budget sessions to invite the community in and to have community-based budgeting. In addition to that, of course, there's the Project Axiom costs, which I won't go into because much of those reports are confidential, but I just have concerns around where that goes and whether those costs have been fully scoped out, given there's now a consultant to then scope out where we are currently, and then whether we can make future accurate assumptions about where we are and what the costs are will be to complete that project. Then there's the element about trying to then look at this through a strategic lens with a strategic financial plan. That plan hasn't really come to council for an endorsement or full consideration for a number of years. It's been pushed back. And of course, there's been a number of decisions which the council's made along the road before that. So it's hard then to look at this and say, to know exactly where we're going with all these, what I would call uncertainties, whether it's the EBA, whether there'll be back pay elements in that, Project Axiom, where that goes. And of course, there's the capital works elements, which I've touched on earlier. And there was an element, there was a question, but there was also a comment element to the question. Yes, when we do have these prioritisation of different projects for the budget, yes, I've spoken before to the director about receiving those prioritisation lists and matrices, but it's all about how those matrices created. What are the assumptions that go into them for us to rank them, not just what is the final ranking. And then once you have the ranking, which ones do you pull out? What qualitative decisions then get made then? So it's not just a obvious process, in my opinion, about what goes in and what goes out. And, you know, looking at all those elements together, how the budget comes together. Through the budget workshops, I've suggested over the years multiple changes how that should happen. There's been how things have shifted, and I've always thanked the director for that, the relevant directors for that. But as I've suggested at other times as well, I just think there needs to be just a reconstitution of how these processes are done, rather than the continuing of the same ones. I think there needs to be a change in how the Major Projects Committee overlooks budgets.
Councillor Kingston.
Thank you.
Further comments? Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will keep this very short. I don't support this. I think that we're overlooking the ratepayers again. I know the statement's been made that there's something in it for everyone, but there's no savings in it for everyone. I've looked at it. I've spoken to a lot of the residents. There is disappointment. There is a lot of people hurting, and it's getting worse. So for those reasons, I will not be supporting this.
Thank you. Further comments? In that case, Mr. Deputy Mayor.
Yeah, just briefly, I'll just touch on it. I'm very supportive of what's before us. I've fully participated in the process together with the administration, attending budget workshops and the like and budget sessions. There's a great deal of projects coming up, and when the list was being reeled off earlier, I was kind of concerned that none of them appeared to be in the North Ward until finally the last one, the up-and-coming Burns Beach one, which is good. I'm always happy to support projects in other wards and hope that reciprocates. So it's good to see finally the Burns Beach project happening. So I just encourage elected members to support this, as the Mayor has alluded to. In terms of cents in the dollar, this is among the best in WA, so we continue to, the administration continues with the sound fiscal management of the resources, and we don't have any debt, which is good. Thank you.
Thank you. If no further comments, Councillor Hutton.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. Obviously, as I've tried to reiterate in numerous budget discussions, I obviously have a keen focus on how we can keep our rate in the dollar as low as possible. Obviously reflecting on what's currently in the budget, I think that's the result of many discussions we've had over the past few months. There's many major projects. I guess at the moment we don't have any, again, alternate recommendation before us for what the rate in the dollar may otherwise be. Having been through this process now twice, I am obviously of the opinion that going forward we probably do need to have a bit more of a standardised process for actually reviewing expenses and actually finding cost savings that we as a council are happy to do. I think the cost savings come first, then the rate decrease comes after. We can't decrease the rates if we don't find the savings. So, you know, I am happy to, I guess, reluctantly support the increase as it is, but I guess I just encourage my fellow councillors and also make the point to the administration that moving into next year, I am going to be having as much focus on possible on how we can bring that down. And I do think there's been some proposals put forward to us in terms of cost saving. I think we have to treat those very seriously. And every decision we make, we have to keep asking the question of how much does this cost, because it all does add up. So yes, given where we are now, happy to support it, but it's definitely at the upper end of where I would like things to be. And I think it's also unfortunate when there are instances of too much money being spent on certain small projects. I think it sets the wrong idea. And my approach is we should question every dollar spent, make those small savings, and hopefully they'll add up. So hopefully we can get a bit more of a process and actually not what we want to spend it on, but where we want to make savings. But yes, happy to support the budget as it currently is, and with the absence of an alternative.
Thank you, Councillor Hutton. I'll put that motion, Council, and ask you to cast your votes. declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. Thank you. Next, we come now to the exception resolution. So, Council, I'm proposing an exception resolution that pursuant to clause 4.83 of the Meeting Procedures Local Law, Council adopts the following items being 12.1, 12.3, 12.5, 12.10, 12.13, 12.17, 12.18, 12.20, 12.21, 12.22. Yes. Moved Councillor Jones. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor Hutton. I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. We now come to urgent business, of which there is none, but I will, however, now move to close the meeting to members of the public to consider the confidential items. So I'm therefore moving that in accordance with section 5.232B and EII of the Local Government Act and clause 5.22 of the City's Meeting Procedures Local Law, that Council resolves to close the meeting to members of the public to consider the following items, being item 14.1, Sorrento Beach enclosure, 12.7, status of legal actions report, 13.1.1, confidential CEO contract of employment, 14.2, nomination for Freeman, 14.3, nomination for Freeman, and 14.4, nomination for Freeman. And 2, permits the following employees and external guests to remain in the chamber, being the CEO, Director of Corporate Services, Governance and Strategy, Planning and Community Development, Director of Infrastructure Services, Manager of Audit and Risk, Manager of Governance, Governance Coordinator, Senior Governance Officer, the 2 governance officers, the IT Desk Officer and Thompson Gear Lawyers. That is for item 14.1 and 12.7. 3, that we permit only the following employees to remain in the chamber for 13.1.1, being the CEO renewal of contract, and that is the Director of Governance and Strategy, Mr. Jamie Parry, and the Manager of Governance, Kylie Bergman. And 4, for the Freeman nominations, permit the CEO, the 4 directors, the Manager of Audit and Risk, the Manager of Governance, a Governance Coordinator, and a Senior Governance Officer and 2 governance officers to remain within the chamber. Do I have a seconder for that procedural motion? Seconded, Deputy Mayor. Thank you. I will put that motion and ask you to cast your vote on the screens before you. Thank you. Declare the voting closed and that is carried. I will depart for the first 2 items and ask the Deputy Mayor to take the chair. City of Joondalup Meeting Procedures Local Law. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded Councillor Kingston. By a show of hands, those in favour. Declare that carried unanimously. Thank you. We proceed then to motions of which previous notice has been given. Notice of motion number 1, Councillor Kingston.
I'll move the motion as written.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded Councillor O'Neill. Councillor Kingston.
Yes, I think it's probably worth saying why this is put forward very briefly. Most of you have probably seen the OAG report and the comments from the Minister. In the OAG report, it spoke about expenses being used to fund bars that are on council sites and then having line of sight about that. And what was questioned in the report was whether funding those bars was an appropriate business use. And the Minister made some comments, said that council members need to be, to use her direct words, which was not use ratepayer funds as their personal expense account. And then of course through that, also the OAG, the actual Auditor General herself, also made the comments about looking at those expenditures that were raised, things like alcohol purchases, and seeing if they passed the pub test. So we all know that there's a bar on site here in the elected members' lounge. Refreshments are available after meetings. Those are accessible to council members after council meetings, committee meetings, strategy sessions, briefing sessions. And so currently the policy allows elected members to access those refreshments. This change just says they should be prohibited. So it's in response to what has been quite a discussion that has been prompted by the OAG and the Minister publicly about these matters. So I think it's good to make a small change now and tighten it up. I don't think that alcohol should be paid for by ratepayers. I think that's the blunt point, in my opinion. Other refreshments, tea, coffee, and that can be served after meetings, but I just don't think alcohol's the right way to do it. If it is, I think there's other ways to supply it. So I'll stop there, but I'll respond to comments.
Thank you. Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Pretty much the same sort of thing. I won't go on to it too long. However, I have discussed this issue previously with City, and I am really of the point that you shouldn't be using the ratepayer funds to have a drink. If you want to have a drink, an alcoholic beverage, I think it's something that you can do on your own dime, in your own time. Look, I know we're only talking about a beer after at a council meeting or something like that, but we're still talking about ratepayer funds. So, we have these responsibilities, and as was previously mentioned, we don't have to be taking all the time saying, well, I'm entitled to it. If everyone said I'm entitled to this, where would we be? I just think we need to consider these sorts of things moving forward, and the consumption of alcohol, apart from the big events or whatever they are, then we don't need that.
Thank you. Similar to the last motions, I'd propose a procedural motion, Council, that this item be referred to the Policy Committee for further consideration. Do I have a seconder for that procedural motion? Seconded, Councillor May. Thank you. Just speak to the procedural motion very quickly. Some commentary about this one generally in the public arena as well. First of all, I want to say that while some elected members after the monthly meeting do stay back and chat and just sort of debrief, and some will occasionally have a drink. I have never in my time here seen an elected member have more than one that I can think of. So there isn't an issue in terms of the potential, but I acknowledge there's a potential that you may have an elected member who goes harder and does more than that. So I think reviewing the policy is a good thing to do, but I think take your time to review it properly. So that's why we have a policy committee. We've just reappointed Councillor Kingston as chair of the policy committee. This policy should absolutely be reviewed. I support reviewing it. Comments have been made. There's sort of two factors here. There's payment and then whether there is alcohol here or available. I mean, for example, Parliament has a members bar. but the members have to pay for their drinks. So that may be the solution, or the solution may be restrictions on service, or it may be other things. But without going into it too much further, I think we use the policy committee process and we review it. I think reviewing it, doing a health check is a good thing. I don't think there has been an issue in my time. Nobody ever has any drinks before meetings, before any formal role. Nobody has abused that at all in my time that I've seen, but it's always good to check, particularly following the Auditor General's report. So commend the procedural motion, and I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed, and the motion is carried. We now go to notice of motion 16.2. Councillor Kingston.
Sorry, could I move it as written?
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Seconded, Councillor Raftis. Councillor Kingston.
Sorry. Look, the motion on this one here is actually quite simple. It's just to say that we restart the master planning of Percy Reserve now that the Dunkirk Leisure Hub is nearing completion, as in all the elements are in train. I think it's prudent to start looking at just Percy as overall as how it has a priority as a regional sporting area in the district. And so looking at what fields can be provided there. There's some space which is still yet unallocated. Looking in again at the Duncraig Leisure Centre and of course the Duncraig Library that's there, and seeing how best those facilities into the future need to be upgraded, renovated and so on. And of course, one of the contentious elements has always been the Duncraig Leisure Centre, where there's a lease with the Churches of Christ Sporting and Recreation Association. That lease comes up for renewal in January, but of course there's another 5-year term. It's saying as that lease progresses, trying to say what is the future of that facility, and in my opinion I think it needs to be brought back over the medium term back into the control of the City of Joondalup to be a leisure centre and a recreation centre. And that's not necessarily going to be a short process, because of course there's the master planning elements that needs to occur, and then looking at whether or not a redevelopment of the facility is appropriate. But this motion doesn't commit the council to anything. It's saying we just need to be planning for organised sport in the district and moving forward with it. So I'll respond to any queries, but it's not committing us to anything. It's just saying we need to plan this reserve and have a clear understanding for it. And redevelopment, as I put in the motion text here, can mean anything from significant refurbishment to demolition in a new building. And I think so, given the age of the facility and the age of the Duncraig Library down there, I think it's about time we just looked at these facilities, make sure they're right. And of course, I also made reference in the motion when I circulated it to the current differential in higher costs for the public. At the moment, if the city hires from, say, Heathridge, the Heathridge Centre, where there's a basketball court, it's about $4. If the courts are hired at the Duncraig Leisure Centre, there it's up at, if it's, say, in afternoons or on weekends, it's about $58. So it's about saying, well, how do we plan to make sure that there's space for basketball users and all of that down in that location? I don't think there's much more to say onto it, but I'll just respond to comments if needed.
Thank you. Councillor Raftis.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I certainly support going down the path of master plan. I know there was one on the agenda going back a good number of years, and then we sort of took it off in terms of a strategic financial plan. But I certainly think that's a core asset of the city, and as we've put in a significant asset again, we've got that space where the leisure centre is, and a vacant lot just to the south of it, which I know Councillor Fishwick has raised in the past with the city about opportunities for how that might be used. I think now is a good time to say let's contemplate how that might be considered as a in a total picture. Let's revisit it. Taking into fact, obviously, we've now got a significant asset there in terms of the rec facility that's just going in. So let's see what else we can come up with that will fit in, and a number of those buildings that let's look at as a long-term process of how they can all be improved, because they are getting old a bit, the other buildings in that area. So yeah, would love to see a master plan undertaken again on this area. Thank you.
Thank you. Further comments? If not, Councillor Fishwick.
Thank you. I thought I'd push the button, but obviously I didn't. I'm always happy to support a notice of motion that calls for a report. So it gives us the opportunity for the administration to have a look at developing a master plan for Percy Doyle Reserve and coming back to us with its recommendations. And also of the view that the Duncraig Adventure Hub will attract a lot of patrons there and families. So it's an opportunity also to visit the lease of the leisure centre, because there may be now a use for it to be managed again by the city, notwithstanding that although the costs for leasing or the revenue was $3,364, but we also did achieve some cost savings of $180,000 a year on staffing that, and also the operating costs. So and some of that funds went into was quarantined to provide for youth facilities at Percy Doyle. So that was probably a good opportunity to help offset the costs of finalising the Duncraig Adventure Hub. So I'm happy to support the notice of motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Further comments? No speakers against. Do you wish to close, Councillor Kingston? I'll put that motion and ask you to cast your votes. Declare the voting closed and the motion is carried. We go then to item 17, announcements of notices of motion for the next meeting. Are there any? Councillor Kingston?
I think I circulated 2 previously. Well, yeah, there are 2. One is about to develop a contact policy. The second is about elected member dinners.
Thank you. Any others? Therefore, that brings us to a close, and I hereby close the meeting at 12:06 a.m. Thank you.